once again of you to the meeting. To begin with, I need to confirm if everyone has all the documents which were shared on Zoom. You can confirm the meeting agenda. We have the meeting agenda, we have finance statements, we have CECI's updated asset register, we have the external audit guidelines, we have a finance and audit committee meeting, we have bank statements, we have certificates for Vita Joffrey and Irene, and then we have minutes for the first quarter. Can we confirm that we all have those documents to make our meeting run smoothly? You're free to unmute your mic and then you continue. Remember. Hello.
Members, would
Yes.
you like to quickly confirm? From my end, I can confirm that, yeah. I don't know from the other colleagues, so maybe it's good to hear from them.
Yes, two more persons to confirm, please. You're free to unmute or you can raise up your hand and then you confirm. So we kickstart. Irene. Irene and Benson, can you confirm to us?
Yes, please. Let us start. Let us kickstart, please. Just go on.
Okay. Okay. Now, CJ Patrick, you can maybe help us share the screen for the draft board meeting agenda for today. But as he's sharing, I will be running through it. In the meeting agenda, we have it's community empowerment for creative innovation 2023 Q2 Board of Directors meeting. The date is today, 21st day of July 2023. At the time, we will run from 2 to 4:30 p.m. Eastern time. Then our meeting is on Zoom. The meeting reference is clearly indicated there, CC/BODMO1. Then we have a table with the draft agenda. The first column has the item, then the second column has preparation, the third one has the proposed process. And in the first item, prayers, which will take 1 minute, and the purpose is just to inform, and then I will lead it myself. The proposed process is a minute of silence or a volunteer says the prayer. The second item on the agenda is consent of the agenda. It takes 5 minutes and I will lead it. Then the preparation we will review as we are reviewing it, and then we will consent to the agenda. And then chair's remarks will take 5 minutes. And then the third item is reading and approval of previous minutes, which will be led by me. And then the fifth item is the finance and audit committee report, which will be presented by a representative. In this case, I think Irene will help us present since Topi is absent for the meeting today. And then the sixth item should be the strategic planning committee report. Then the seventh is the executive director's report. And then the eighth is the finance report. The ninth rather, finance policy review. And then 10th is the registration of CECI as an national NGO. And then 11th is the annual institutional audit report. Then 13th is board members' terms, renewal or recruitment. Then there's a problem with numbering. Then the next is CECI Uganda Impact Report 2020, 2022. The other one is any other business, and in the any other business, we will have a word of certificates, decisions, discussions, and information. And then review, action points, decisions, or resolutions. And then closing remarks and prayers. That is our last item. For your information, today we were supposed to co-host the meeting with Mr. Pista, but then due to some commitments, she couldn't do that. So that's why I had to write to Patrick. So today we will be co-hosting the meeting with Patrick. So otherwise, we can start off with a prayer or a moment of silence for a minute. Then we come to agenda item number 2. Thank you. A volunteer can do that, and then we continue. Thank you. Members, let's be quick. Irene, can you lead us in a prayer, a short one?
Okay. Let's humble ourselves and pray. Thank you, King of Glory, Father. Thank you for this time. Thank you for allowing us to come together today for this meeting. I call upon your blessing and protection, Father, as we're going to start, that you be with us from the beginning until the end, Father. Those who are still planning to join, Father, I pray that you guide them so that they come and join us, O King of Glory, Father. Guide what we are going to speak, what we are going to discuss here, O King of Glory, Father. Thank you so much for this time. Thank you. I pray all this in Jesus' name. Amen.
All right. Thank you very much for that wonderful prayer. I think we can kickstart our meeting. Agenda item number 2 is we are supposed to consent to the agenda, and as we've made the review on it, members, we should consent to the agenda. If there's an item that is missing, we can maybe put it. And if we agree to it, then we will carry on with agenda item number 3. So at least three people to confirm, then we adopt the agenda. Thank you. Yes, we are free to unmute our mics, and then we can talk. Yes, members? Can we adopt the agenda? Because silence means we are okay with it.
I think let us move on.
Okay. I said we carry on. Yes. One more person, Irene.
Yeah, I second that.
Okay. Patrick, is there any other addition? Or
No, not exactly at the moment.
okay.
Thank you.
All right. So we adapt our agenda for today. So in the absence of a topista who is supposed to be the chair of this meeting, I would call upon Patrick to give us just a brief remark, because we are, I think, 19 minutes. Yeah, which is not bad. A brief remark for 2 to 3 minutes to open our meeting. Patrick, you're welcome.
Okay. Thank you very much, Emma, and my co-host. So, as you have already been informed, I am sitting in for Olerul Pamela Topista, who is supposed to be the chair of today's meeting. And for some reasons that are unavoidable, she would not be able to make it to today's meeting. And she also extends her deepest apologies to all the board members and the senior staff. I want to begin by basically warmly welcoming all of you today's board meeting. And your presence here is very greatly appreciated. And I am very confident that our time together today will be very productive and informative. And as we begin also, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you for the hard work, for the dedication that each one of you have shown towards our shared cause of promoting peace, self-reliance, and dignity in the refugee communities that we work in. And it's this your contribution, your hard work, that has been instrumental in making us to hit the kind of milestones and successes that we have had in the last quarter and the previous years. So thank you very much. And I also want to thank in a very special way Emma and Topista for making today's meeting possible. And I think it's because of their immense effort that we are having this meeting on this date as scheduled. So during today's meeting, we will be discussing a number of very important issues, including looking through the progress we've made towards our fundraising goals, our annual budget and work plan, getting updates from the management about work plans, about project updates or ongoing projects and plans for future initiatives like that. And I think I am very glad to see that we have both, we have all the senior management staff, the executive director, the programs manager, and our finance and admin here. Thank you very much that you could join in, all of you. I encourage everyone to actively participate in the discussions that we will have, and also to share your ideas and thoughts, because they matter a lot in the decisions that we'll make, and which will also impact the kind of work that you do. Yes. And just to remind every one of you of our core values, which are values such as accountability and transparency, honesty, teamwork, professionalism, personal development. This kind of values are the values that are expected even as we undertake this kind of conversations today. And as we will be provided in this meeting with the financial reports and other kind of reports, I encourage you to really ask questions or to raise any concerns that you might have without any fear of anything, because this is why we're having this kind of conversations in the first place. And so finally, I would like to thank you all for your continued support of the work of CECI and for supporting the communities that we are working in, every day sacrificing everything you have to ensure that we are making a difference in the communities. I think with your help, we can achieve more great things together. So thank you. Let's get started. Over to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Chair, for giving those wonderful remarks. I think that take 4, which is reading and approval. I will also request you to reading them. The Q1 board meeting 2023 was held on 31st. The first day was 31st of March. It's the 2nd of April, and it ended on 8th of April. So it took like 3 days, Q1. So it was on Google Meet. The agenda items were 16, were 6. We had Irene, Luata Emmanuel, Patrick Chandiga, Justin, Benson Kemi, Soro. We have Topista Olero and Vita Joffrey. And the minute taker was Vita Joffrey by that time. Straight to the action points.
Emma, it looks
For the interest
like your
time,
network is breaking.
The action points were from minute number 4, reading and confirmation of the previous minutes. I think management should define who the external and what their roles to help the board team. Can't you hear me well? Hello?
Your network
Are you
was
getting
breaking.
me now?
It's fair enough right now. You can continue.
Yes. Are you getting me now?
Yes, very clear now.
Yes, I am saying we will start from agenda minute number 4, because we are reading the action points. And in minute number 4, it was about reading and confirmation of the previous minutes, and the action point was management will define who the external advisors are and what their roles. to help the board chair in developing their TOR. The person responsible was the management. Then minute number 5 was the Finance and Audit Committee report. In the action point, the board members encouraged support visits to the office to help the secretariat in responding to issues of finances and support the management team. Then the other one was, it was resolved that the management fix the gaps identified in the internal audit, which included putting motorcycle log seats in place, ensuring motorcycle odometer readings are worked, vouchers should be stamped, paid, and pay slips are worked. I think this should be there should be reduction in excessive use of acknowledgement receipts for petty cash expenditures. Then process for advance payment and retirement not clear, making it difficult to track advances, and then capture payments of PAE and NSSF correctly. The role was for board members and finance and audit committee. And then minute number 6 was Q1 finance report. The action points were share detailed finance members to explain and inform the answer report. The roles were given to executive director and share the updated payroll with the members in 1 week's time. It was given to ED, share bank statements, reconciliations for the month ending the 31st March 2023 with the board members of 4 bank accounts and the savings account. The role was for ED. Make and marked person to cover up the finance officer SCIS that to bridge project accountant. Yes, then separate the activities from the staff from different projects on the finance reports that was given to ED, and then the AFC to review the shared financial documents for Q1 financial report and provide the report to the board members in the next board meeting, which is today. The role was given to ask the management to share management. I think management audits with the board and finance management resolved to every board meeting going forward to mitigate delays associated with poor I think internet connectivity. That role was given to management, and then those people include ED and one more senior management staff. Then in minute 7, it was about the annual work plan and annual budget. The action points were the annual work plan was adopted and approved by the members as a working document, and which is subject to review in any quarterly meetings. That was the role of the board members. The Finance and Audit Committee moved the motion that annual budget be adopted as a working document. I think that was the management role. Members resolved that the meeting items number 8 and 11, which are finance policy review, annual institutional audit reports 2022 review, be discussed and reviewed by the Finance and Audit Committee. The body responsible was the Finance and Audit Committee. Then members resolved that the board meeting item on registration of CECI, which is a board meeting, the role was given to the board members. In minute number 8, about the strategic plan and resource mobilization review, it was resolved the strategic planning committee should be responsible for reviewing the existing strategic plan and the RM strategy and developing new and in line with dynamics of funding as well as on contextual dynamics. That role was review committee. Then it was also resolved that committee report back to the board routinely on the progress of the assignment on every board meeting. Strategic plan and resource mobilization committee, and then they resolved that the strategic plan committee develop a working roadmap budget to be shared with the board and management. That is the same body assigned the budget to fund the work of the strategic. It was also resolved that any willing person can attend or take part in activities of the strategic planning committee with permission of the committee chair. And then minute number 9 was on any other business. All the next quarterly board meetings be conducted on the first 2 weeks of the first month of the next quarter. And that was the role of all the board members. Every board member has the responsibility of doing things with the ED and senior management things. And then the other one was share with the board members the one-on-one check-in meeting templates. And then lastly, we have the ED needs to communicate proactively whenever he is unable to fulfill a commitment or a board assignment. So those were the action points, and I really don't know if we can go by them one by one once again to confirm which ones were done, which ones are supposed to be carried today, or we can just spell out which ones were done, which ones were not done individually, and then we carry on and adapt the minutes. Thank you. So members, which way do we go? Do we go one by one? Or we spell out which ones were done and which ones were not achieved? Yes, Irene.
And thank you, Emma. I think we would just spell out those that were done and achieved, and those that we have to carry forward.
Yes. Okay. So let us now go by them. Go by what Irene has said.
Minute taker, in that case, how about the management go first, given that most of these actions actually fall under their docket?
So, okay, maybe we go one by one. We go one by one. Okay, we start with action point number 1. Management should define who the external advisors are and what their roles to help the board chair in developing their TORs. What was that one achieved or not? the management can respond. ED?
This is not achieved.
Was achieved?
No,
No.
we're not able to develop the TOR. Yeah.
Okay, it was. Yes.
I have a question
next
for
is
ED.
The reason is the quota became a little bit very tight with a couple of things that attracted our attentions, particularly internally. Yeah, that's why we are not able to do that. Back to you.
Okay. Yes.
My co-host, I had a question for ED.
Yes. Continue.
Executive Director, as you might recall, this resolution was actually made probably 3 meetings prior or so. And would you like to clearly probably explain why it hasn't happened yet? I think that is like a period of over 9 months, I can presume.
Yeah, the point is very clear that we are not able to do that, but of course we already have points put down at and this also coupled to how these external advisors can be engaged, which I could say about now that we had been engaging some key external advisors on how we can move forward. But for this, it is not documented in a way to be shared with the board. Yeah, and this is because of the engagements that we have, both with our internally and also with our partners and in our project beneficiaries.
So, Executive Director, can you clearly inform us when this would be done with at least a timestamp?
We can be able to share this in the third quarter of the board meeting, third quarter, which will be, I think, in September. So.
Okay, so I think, Patrick, you're satisfied.
Yeah.
We've attached a timeline now that this action point should have been done the third quarter. Okay, we carry on. Minute number 5. The next is the board member secretariat in responding to issues of finances and support the management team. That was board and finance and audit committee. Was this achieved? Irene?
Yes,
Irene
I think
or Benson, was this achieved? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. So Benson, maybe Benson should comment on this. Executive Director,
Yes.
would you?
Yeah, sure. This had been happening through phone calls. Yeah, that I could say it had been happening. The finance and the audit committee, particularly in the names of, the chair. The chair had been really so much close with us. and ensure that
Executive Director,
yes.
if I may, the resolution says that board members needed to pay support visits. Have the support visits been happening?
No physical visit, I could say. From from last quarter, no support visit, but I still want to repeat that some of those things had been through phone calls because of also the tight schedule of the fact chair. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Now we carry on. I'm seeing Vita Geoffrey has joined us. Vita Geoffrey, you're welcome.
Thank you, Brother Emmanuel.
Okay, feel free. The next action point is that it was resolved that the management fixes the gaps identified in the internal audit, which includes putting motorcycle lock seats in place, ensuring motorcycle odometer readings are working. The vouchers should be stamped, paid, ensuring missing signatures on time sheets and time sheets, payrolls, pay slips are worked on. Then excessive use of acknowledgement receipts for petty cash expenditures. Then process for advance payment and retirement not clear. Then it is not clear, making it difficult to be tracked. And then capture payments of PAE and NSSF correctly. Yes, I think this should be to the management. Benson, was this action point achieved?
My finance is in attendance. Lizzie, can you respond to this action point?
Thank you, Chair. On vouchers, we worked on them. We cross-checked through our files. The missing signatures on timesheets, payroll, and pay slips were done. Then acknowledgements, we are getting receipts for those petty cash expenditures. Then advance payments on salary, we normally do it on account. So if a staff asks for advance, you directly pay through the account. We don't give cash advances. Then payments on pay and NSSF, yeah, we corrected those.
Motorcycle odometers, odometer readings, are they worked on? The log sheets, are they in place? Yes, Lizzie, would you like to respond?
Yes, we have log sheets.
Okay. I had a question, co-host, for Liz. Liz, did you say you have worked on the process of advance payment and retirement? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. Does it mean something? Does it mean the advance? Is it something else or advance on salary? That's what I am not understanding.
So the advance has to do with the salary, of course, but there is the other bit of retirement.
Huh?
So the question is, are both processes clear? How someone can request an advance and how advance can be tracked? Of course, you've mentioned the bank account, which is clearly trackable. But what other, let's say, initiatives are in place?
For retirement, no.
Okay.
But for advance payment, it has been going on.
Okay.
And to add on that, we have documents. When you want an advance, you have to fill. We have a form that you fill And then this form undergoes process of approval. So that is also stipulated in the HR report and also in the financial.
Okay.
So it is not somebody working from a slave and say, I just need an advance, but you have to follow these procedures, approval processes and the like.
Thank you. Over to you, Cohort.
Okay. We move to the next action points in minute number 6 about the
Co-host
finance.
Irene has her hand up.
Thank you. I have a small question on the advance payment.
Irene,
Yeah. I have question to the management on the advance payment. On which circumstances do one request for advance payment? What qualify one to probably fill that form or request for advance payment?
Thank you for that question. The advance payment comes under usual circumstances. Probably one, you have children and your children are home, they needed the school fees, you need to respond. And then two, maybe your loved one is sick or you personally you're sick. However, we don't, from the 15 days of the month below, we don't allow that advance payment. We allow advance payment in between 15th and the 20th there. And from 25th to 30th, we don't allow advance payment, but rather that is a period that we process your payment as well. Back to you, Chief.
Okay, that's clear. This advance payment, do you give full payment or somebody gets half of the payment? What percent do you give in this advance payment?
Someone can ask you for 50,000, someone can ask you for, there's no specific whatever, but we don't go half. We don't go past the half. But we have not experienced that someone requested for half of his or her payment. It is normally below the half. So that is what happens now.
Okay, that means we don't have standard or amount put to what should be put in the advance payment.
No, we don't have a standard as such, and because this is typically in the finance policy, and which is currently on review, and that is one of the things that need to be featuring. If it is 30%, 40%, when we're talking about finance, advances, that should be able to feature clearly in the finance policy.
Yes, yes, I think that is one of the things we have to notice, because it's good when we have the percent there, so that when somebody is going to request, knows how much should I request, out of my salary. That is good. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Emma, and thank you, Director.
All right, thank you for that question. And I think to clarify more, our policy states about advance payment, and in advance payment, someone is entitled to be given the advance salary. So stated in the HR manual, those tools as working documents to use that burden of complication. Now, we move to in minute number 6. The action point is share a detailed finance report with the board members to explain and inform the understanding of Q1 financial report. And then share the updated payroll with the board members in 1 week's time, share bank statements and reconciliations for the month ending 31st March 2023 with board members for 4 bank accounts and the savings account. We make the unmarked person to cover up the finance and admin officer SCs for maternity leave as the bridge project accountant, separate the activities from staff from different projects on the financial reports. Those are parts of the executive director, and I want him to first respond to them before we go to the other ones of finance and audit committee. Yes, Edie, can you respond to them?
Sure, I can, but finance is around. If Lizzie, do you want to say something?
Were those action points achieved or not?
Lizzie, are you available?
I'm looking through the action points, because
Okay.
I saw this other part of I expense on per diem and travel. Under one project,
No,
under bridge, there is that provision of per diem, in-country per diem, there is in-country car hire and all those stuff. It is under the bridge project.
Okay.
They have a budget line for that.
Yes. And that one is separated. The point is separated.
The bank statement, this time we share the bank statements and the reconciliation.
Okay.
Yeah. So those action points were achieved.
Yeah, I could say yes.
Okay. What about sharing detailed finance report with the board members to explain and inform the understanding of Q1 financial report? Was that achieved?
Leslie, are you on?
Maybe you need to do review it again. I don't know. The board wasn't satisfied with the report.
Co-host, could I say something?
Yes.
So, Liz, I understand when this particular meeting happened, you were not there. But what happened was that the board was not satisfied with the financial report that it received because it seemed to have a lot of inconsistencies within it. And however, I think as we will see in the next resolution, it was assigned to basically the finance and audit committee to have through it. But I think these have already been shared. The report, the bank statements and negotiations, those ones have been shared at least. I think personally, I was able to see them.
Yeah, I think I think most of these actions were achieved, and then the finance and audit committee to the one financial report and provide the report to the board members in the next board meeting. Irene, would you like to speak to this action point?
Which one in particular? Which one?
Audit committee to review the shared financial documents for Q1 financial report and provide the report to the board members in the next board meeting, which is today. Was that achieved?
Yes, we had meeting and there were a couple of things we've discussed. So that will come later. Yes, this was achieved, and there are documents we've asked from the management. Still, they were providing, but I think some of them will appear in executive director's report and also in the facts report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then the management was asked to share external audit management letters for 2021 and 2022. I think, yes, Benson, can you respond to this? Quick one.
Yes, yes, we're able to share those management letters.
Co-host, if I may. I think we only received for 2022, not 2021.
Yeah, sure. So I think this action point was achieved halfway. So we are still waiting for the management letter for 2021 because it wasn't shared.
I will retrieve that at a certain point in time.
Okay. Then the last was, it was resolved to have 2 management representatives. I think this is achieved. We don't need to go through it. Then about minute 7 was about the annual work plan and annual budget. The annual work plan was adopted and approved by members, but it's subject to review.
Yeah.
I think that was achieved, right? And then the Finance and Audit Committee moved the motion that annual budget be adopted as a working document, as the management include budget notes or comments. I think these ones were achieved. Can we confirm? Then members resolved that the meeting item number 8 and 11, which are finance policy review and annual institutional audit report review, be discussed in the facts meeting, reviewed by the fact.
That one, fact.
Finance and Audit Committee. So, was this achieved? Irene?
Yes, we had meeting.
Okay. Then members resolved that board meeting item of registration of CCS, I think this has been resolved like that and it has been moved to this meeting. It wasn't achieved, but subject to discussion today. And then on strategic plan and resource mobilization review, it was resolved that the strategic planning committee shall be responsible for reviewing the yes. I think this was done. I can respond to them. It was also resolved that the committee report back to the board routinely on the progress. Yes, we are here to provide a feedback today. It was also resolved that the strategic plan committee develop a working roadmap and budget. This one was achieved. And it was resolved that the management allocates a budget to fund the work of the strategic planning committee. I think this was achieved. Then it was resolved that any willing person can attend or take part. I think this was achieved. Most of these were achieved. And then on any other business, all the next quarterly board meetings will be conducted on the first 2 weeks of the first month of the next quarter. I think this one wasn't achieved. I might say I think I can respond to this. Personally, this quarter's meeting, we were supposed to organize the meeting together with my colleague Topista, but then due to a lot of commitments, we had to share the meeting late. So my apologies to you, and I think next time we will improve on that. Otherwise, sorry for the inconveniences. And the other one was every board member has the responsibility of doing check-ins with the ED and senior management staff through one-on-one calls or check-in meetings. I don't know whether this was achieved. Me personally, I have done some consultations with the ED on phone calls. Yeah, that one I can attest to it. Maybe other board members. Irene, do you wish to respond to this?
Yes, I had a couple of calls with him as well.
Okay. I think this was
Co-host,
achieved. Yes.
I think this resolution was an ongoing activity.
Yes.
That will continually happen, and I think I also had a couple of at least interactions with the ED, the PM. I'm here to schedule one-on-ones with the Liz, and it's good she's here today. Over.
Then the other one was share with board members the one-on-one check-in meeting templates. I think was this achieved?
Yeah, I did share it.
Okay. Then ED needs to communicate proactively whenever he's unable to fulfill a commitment or a board assignment. Was this achieved, ED?
I think I will not be able to measure this. People whom I've been in communication with should be able to confirm that.
Irene, will you wish to respond to this?
I've not been in close follow-up on documents with him. In the facts committee, it is Tobista. So I didn't have so much with director, but the other financial documents that we needed from him, there was some that were missing. I think he communicated that was once, but still that goes back to question of commitment that we just have to pull up our socks and make this happen, because there's one pending up there that didn't happen. He said it will be for quarter 3 meeting, but he did not communicate about it. So all of us, we thought we would have it today. So I think we just have to still have, the commitment to continue doing this. But of course, change doesn't happen in one night. We just have to, pull up and make it happen. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Respond.
Co-host, if I may.
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to say that I think the executive director has been making significant improvements in that regard. At least I have seen this because I do a lot of follow-ups and the documents and the stuff and so forth like that. And I think I can tell that significant changes are happening. And as said by Irene, this is an ongoing resolution. So it's like, it's not just to the executive director, but also us all, that we need to be very proactive in our communication. Over to you.
All right. Okay. Thank you for that comment about it. It's true that change is an ongoing process. So, um, me personally, I have also noticed there is a great improvement compared to the previous days. So we continue saying that we need to improve on now that we have passed through all the action points, and we have others which have not been achieved, and we have tagged timelines, and uh, uh, basically, to me, I would say we carry on and
Emma, it looks
adapt the
like your network
minutes.
is breaking.
So I will call upon 3 people to confirm that these were the real minutes of the Q1 board meetings, so we can carry on. I was at the point of sending through all the action points upon members to at least confirm that these were the actual minutes of the Q1 board meeting, so that we can adapt them as our minutes of Q1, and we carry on with the next agenda item. So you're free to raise up your hand or unmute and confirm, so we can adapt the minutes and we carry on.
In the interest of time, I would second. The minutes
Okay.
are true.
Good. Yes. Members. Yes, Irene.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm also confirming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Benson, would you like to confirm?
Yeah, thank you. No, that had been on and off by the issues of reception that particular time. But I also want to add my voice that those are the true discussions of the previous meeting.
Okay. So we can. Okay. Thank you very much. So now we can adapt these minutes as our minutes for the first quarter of our board meeting. Next is our agenda item number 5. If I can see, we're about 1 hour and 11 minutes already into the meeting. Maybe if we can summarize our reports and we put them very fast. The first report, we needed a report from the Finance and Audit Committee, which will be presented by Ms. Irene. So Irene, you're welcome. Irene, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay,
Yeah.
the floor.
So yeah, I'll just go to action point and the summary. Good afternoon, members. I'm presenting this report on behalf of my chair, who is busy somewhere. So let's go up, Patrick. As the Finance and Audit Committee, we had our meeting on 15th of this month, July. And our agenda, as you can see, those we had opening prayer, communication from the chair, financial updates from the secretariat, review of action points from the last board meeting, finance manual updates, reaction and way forward. Let's go down, Patrick. Closure is last. Those in attendance were the names you see above, me, Tobista, Benson, Elizabeth, and Emmanuel. So in agenda number 1, we had just prayers. 2, we had communication from the chair. She had a welcoming remark, and welcoming our director to give us a report from the secretariat. So the third one, we had communication from director. He appreciated the team for organizing the meeting because it has really been long and we needed that meeting. So in his communication,
Co-host looks like
so
okay.
is that okay?
Yes,
Yeah, we
carry
can
on.
hear you now.
Yeah. So there's need for new audit firm due to incompetence of our current audit firm. Their report has a lot of errors, reads the name of different organizations, locations. So that means there's need for us to look for new audit firm. Their report was really not matching, and our chair confirmed, and she said she could not even sign in that report because she read and it was really, really not good. Let's go down. There was director, another action point, director said now there are projects on board and we've received funding for the next 1 year, 2023, for PPI project. That means there's need, the action point here that there's need for more mobility in other locations where this project will be implemented. And CECI has procured land 30 by 30 meters, and the team is in process of processing the land title, which will come in the name of the organization. So the action point is follow up on the land title and plans to construction underway. So that means after the land title comes, we shall have to put up a structure on that land. So the team here will be management and facts. Then there was review on action points. from the last board meeting, and we had some action points. Here is this was communication from the chair. She said the bank reconciliation was not prepared early and it was not matching the expenditure. And she said finance can be absent from the office, but there should she has to carry on her role even when she's not in the office, because the time that she went for maternity leave, there was a lot of errors, a lot of missing documents in the finance department. So it was confirmed by Elizabeth that there will be effectively Secretariat agreed to work on the bank reconciliation, which probably we may see today or in the next meeting. Then finance head agreed to follow up on the previous financial report to proper balancing. Because in the last meeting, we've seen that the report was really not matching, and the board members were not satisfied. So the head of finance agreed to follow it up and make it proper. There was question on the account system that CECI is using currently. And the action point is that there's need to establish a capacity development plan and maintenance of finance system plan. Members agreed to have an extraordinary board meeting by 31st August for passing of financial policy into law. We realized that the account system that CECI is using is quite complex, and the head of finance was the only one who was trained on how to use this system. So in her absence, there was a lot of errors, but that has been resolved. So director and Taban were trained on how to use this same system to bridge that gap. Then the committee agreed to have an extraordinary meeting by 31st of August after reviewing the financial manual. On that day, probably it might be passed into law or financial documents for CECI. Let's go down. That is on finance manual. Yeah, then there was closing. Unless if I leave out something, director and finance will help me remind me, but this was all what we discussed in our meeting that was held on 15th of July 2023. Thank you. Any question is welcome.
All right. Thank you very much, Irene, for that wonderful presentation. If there is an addition, a question, or a comment on the presentation, please, it's welcome.
Chair, if I may.
Yes.
One of the things that, particularly on the financial manual, is we say the manual under review has gone up to 90%, and we have to review it at least the next 2 weeks of the month of July, and then probably by mid-August, then the manual can be shared as based on the inputs that will come from the review by the committee, and then by the other members of the board, not now necessarily the committee, because the committee has done their part. Then we wish that by 31st there should be an extraordinary meeting that should be resolved from this board meeting to pass the manual into a law. Thank you. That is the addition I want to make.
Okay, thank you very much for that addition. Yes. Basically,
I think probably that is all.
I would also want to touch on, yes. Basically, I would like to touch on the farm. What I've realized is the farm that we are committing right now to do our audits is, I don't know which words I can use, but they show level of incompetence. So that's why in the Finance and Audit Committee meeting, we resolved that we need to at least look for a new firm that can devote time and give us really quality reports. Because as you can attest to it, up to now, we've not yet received a complete copy of the audit report for 2022. And yet, this is a working document that is required by donors, and I really feel very bad if we continue using such kind of farms. It will derail us and bring us down. So the step of taking a new me is a very good idea, but the issues of cost and other implications. So we need to prepare along that line. Basically, that is my addition on the Finance and Audit Committee report. Otherwise, if anyone has more addition, you can add, or a question, and then we adapt the report, and then we move on to the next agenda item. Patrick, if you have any other thing to add, you can.
Co-host, I actually had a question for the executive director and our finance.
Yes.
So as it stands, what's the status of our audit report? Because apparently, I think the latest information I've received is that to date, we haven't received the complete audit report yet. And which the Finance and Audit Committee chair refused to sign to.
Yes, based on the review from the Finance and Audit Committee and management, we forwarded the report back to the audit firm. And then as I talk now, it is 3 days now, I have the receipt, the report with me on my table. And that's why the management had to bring this openly to the Finance and Audit Committee, that at least for 2023, before 2023 is audited, we should be able to have a competent and a reliable and a compliant audit firm. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. That clarifies certain things. Well, in that case, I guess the most important thing to do at this point would be to move a motion to adopt the resolution made by the Finance and Audit Committee, which is to to appoint a new audit firm, at least by December 2023, as already said by the Executive Director. Over to you, co-host.
All right. Thank you. I think since Irene represents the Finance and Audit Committee here, she can move a motion, and then people will second to it. Irene, are you with us?
Yes, I am here. Patrick has already moved the motion, so I just want to second that we at least make a call for audit firm so that people apply. And I think this time around, we should not just use the hearsay. Let's put out call and let audit firms apply, and we do selection. It has to be in a very professional way so that we see their competence, how far they can really move us.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, anyone who can second in addition to Irene. Yes, Geoffrey, ever since you joined the meeting, I've not heard you. Can you?
Emmanuel, thank you so much. And I just I don't want to waste time. I just second the idea and move the motion that we get a new audit firm. And as Irene has said, we need to put an advert where these audit firms apply and we select the best one. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. All right. So as it stands, we have seconded the motion that we need to put an advert to get a new audit firm. And can we now adapt the report of the Finance and Audit Committee? We just second very fast, so we move to the next agenda.
Co-host.
Yes.
I wanted to say that I think for us the major thing here would be to decide whether or not to recruit another firm. And as already it has been seconded, when it comes to the specifics of how that will happen, it will be guided by the Finance and the Audit Committee in collaboration with the management and the board, and which is whether it is advert or not advert, and those are now very managerial specifics. But the big question is, do we want a new audit firm, and by when? Over to you, co-host.
Yeah. To the best of my knowledge, the motion has been moved, and we've attempted 2023. We need to have a new audit firm. I think that is how the motion was moved. Irene, can you confirm?
Yes.
Okay.
I think the point here is that
All
yes,
right.
we need the point, Chair, if I may.
Yes.
The point here is that yes, we need a new audit firm. It does not matter if it's still the same firm, but it should be competitive. And I think as management, we identify this audit firm based on the networks and the partners' recommendation and like. But of course, the backfire still comes back to us as management because it was just outsourcing. So we need now to dive into the other ways. So like Patrick had put it, we will identify we'll find the available means, ways of how we can get in a new farm or, yeah, just like that. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you for that clarity. I think we've exhausted that agenda item enough. We can move to the next agenda item.
Co-host,
Report from Strategic Planning Committee. Yes.
sorry to drag a little bit. So, so I had a pretty lengthy conversation with the Finance and Audit Committee chair about this issue. And
Yes.
what happened was that in response, we thought, let's put in place a guideline that should basically be able to guide both the board, the management, and the Finance and Audit Committee when it comes to recruiting an audit firm. It doesn't matter whether it is for this year or even in future coming years. Some kind of guideline or framework in place that should guide that. And so we developed the external audit guidelines document, which I think I shared on email. And I think I requested that Benson and our finance lead, Liz, comment on it and with everyone else. And I think so far I've gotten some feedback on it, and we thought with the chair for Finance and Audit Committee that probably this is one thing that we should bring up in this meeting and see if the document can be adopted as a working framework to guide the process of the recruitment of a new firm going forward. So I think probably would be nice to hear from you if you had the chance to look through that document, and also to hear directly from our finance lead and our executive director about their thoughts too on the document. Over to you.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Thank you very much for reminding me on that. And I had forgotten about that. Surely, that's why I was moving to the next agenda item. But yes, as he has put it right, the document was shared with every one of us on email, and I think we had the chance to look through it. So I may request that you can maybe share it on our screen so that we just peruse through very fast as people are making their insights on it. So we can maybe adapt it as a working tool.
Are you
Yes.
able to see it?
Yes.
Okay.
So members, that is the document that has been developed and it's a guideline that will help us in recruiting a new audit firm, as we had already discussed about it earlier on. So we put our comments on the document, and then we move a motion document, or we can adapt it and we say it will be a working document, maybe subject to review if there are more additions to be made on it. So if you have a comment on the document, you're free to speak to it before we can adapt it as a working document. Benson, finance, Liz, Irene, Benson, do you wish to speak to it?
Yeah. I personally went through the document and had my comments, but I would rather marry the idea of saying we can adopt it. We can adopt it as a working document. We'll still need more information to be populated into it to see it working. We'll continue to improve it on daily basis, I could say, or where the need arises. Yeah.
Yes. Liz,
Thank you, Chair. I think we can
yes.
adopt it as we look forward to improving part of it as we add more.
Mm.
Co-host.
Okay. Yes.
I was very interested in getting to know what the thoughts of our finance is on this very particular document and its content, given that she is a seasoned professional and this is in regard to her field.
Yes. I think yes, finance. You had it very well. Do you wish to respond?
Thank you, Chair. I hadn't completed reading the whole document. I'm just looking through it now. But from the look of it, I think it's okay. I'm seeing financial statement, recommendation.
Okay.
Maybe, Chair, if I may.
Yeah.
One, it as a principal finance, I feel this is very, very good, because you realize that it was from me to raise the concern about the audit thing. We're already a kind of growing institution, and of course we still go step by step, which is very important. We don't need to be moving anyhow. We should be moving with the guided with the guiding principles, and a particularly documented one like this. Yeah. So this will help us so much. That's why Yes, I acknowledge that it's been shared so soon. I mean, it was lately shared, but I was very particular about it to really have my inputs incorporated into it. Yeah, so it is, my feeling is that it is something good that can be able to use and then continue to improve on it slowly. Yeah. Back to you.
Okay. Thank you for your for your your, your comment on that. Yes, Patrick, are you convinced on the responses of?
Yeah, partially, yeah.
Okay. So can I move a motion that we adapt the document as a working tool and subject to review? Can we second to it? Members, can we second to it? In the interest of time.
Host, I think I can second it, that we can adopt this document for use, but subject to regular review.
Okay.
Yes,
Yes.
Irene just joined the back too. She was experiencing connectivity issues.
Okay. All right, Irene, you're most welcome back for the meeting. We were at the verge of moving a motion on the external audit guideline document. We moved the motion that we need to adapt it as a working document for now, but it's subject to review anytime. Will you wish to second to it?
It looks like Irene was stuck in the lobby. she just got in.
Wow.
She was stuck in the waiting room on Zoom. Irene, can you hear us now? Irene, can you hear us? Okay. Co-host, I think you can continue. Looks like she's still experiencing some connection challenges. I'll keep following up with her.
Okay. So I think here our action point will be we will adapt the document as a working tool subject to review at any one point. Next, I think is the strategic planning committee report. I'm going to present. Can help us share it. We have
Absolutely. And the co-host, I just wanted to make a few comments to the colleagues.
Yes.
And say it would be actually good, very good for the finance and the audit committee and the management to work jointly to start the process of recruiting a new external audit firm, at least effective immediately, given that we only have up to December to select an audit firm. And if we are to do a thorough evaluation and go on with someone or an audit firm that will provide us with the best possible report, then we need to give it some time, like at least enough time to have the process go on. And also the Finance and Audit Committee would need to keep the board updated on this progress, at least regularly. Over to you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for making those comments. I think they are not responsible persons. On our agenda is the strategic plan committee report. All right. I think everyone can see what is shared on the screen.
Can we confirm if we're able to see? I shared the screen. But...
Yeah, I'm able to see.
Yeah, it's clear.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. On the strategic plan committee report, we held a meeting. Our first meeting was on 17th of June. 2023. It was done online, and it had 7 agenda items which are projected up there. The attendance, there were 5 people in attendance and 1 who was absent. And straight to our action points, because for the interest of time, yes, Patrick, you can go down. We have recommendations and action points down there. Scroll up.
Should I scroll up?
of time is meeting.
Should I scroll up or down?
Wow. Yes. On recommendations, we had recommendations on the strategy that members need to improve on their communication and respond to messages, emails, and WhatsApp. The online platform, including the strategic plan group, email addresses, and phone calls and messages. All members need to be followed. All messages need to be followed up for clarity. And then on the action points, there was need to add co-opted members on the WhatsApp platform, and the co-opted members are part of the management team, including the finance and the mill officer. Then there was sharing of SWOT and strategic direction tools. There was review of budget, which was I think done, sharing of minutes and the recordings. And on that, if you look at our discussion points up in minute 5, if you look at our discussion points, there was a need to set institutional direction, which we discussed, because in
Co-host, looks like your network is breaking.
uh, 6 or 7 strategic directions. And basically, those institutional directions we already have are cross-cutting ones. So, basing on the need that CECI as an organization has 4 thematic areas, we needed to develop new strategic directions. And this was discussed in our last meeting, the second meeting, which was held on Wednesday this week, I think 2 days ago. There was a discussion of adding health as one of CECI's thematic area, which in our second meeting of the strategic plan committee, we had discussed that this motion should be moved here today, so that we really see if we can adapt health as one of our thematic areas to add on to the 4 which we already have. And then there was also need for there was an issue about the vision and mission of CECI, which ideally the previous ones were too long, that a motion will be moved here if we can revise CECI's vision and motion today in this board meeting. So basically, on the strategic plan, we had moved a little bit miles. We had a tremendous change by the month of July. We had tried at least to improve on coordination, cooperation, and so on. We had proposed that as our timeline was to produce a draft by October this year. And yet, the board members' mandate should be expiring around September. So we had a discussion that we should also move a motion in this meeting that at least the persons responsible in the strategic plan committee, their mandate should be extended at least up to December this year, so that they will be in position to fulfill exactly their role. Otherwise, basically, that is what we had discussed and what we came up with. And on the strategic plan, we are at least, I think, 35% done with the work. We are left with a few things to do, which we had set from, I think, next month of August to do much of the work, including a physical meeting at CECI's premises in Koboko. So basically, that is how the progress of the strategic plan committee is. Otherwise, if I missed anything, some of my members are around, they can also make their submissions as well. Thank you. Benson, if there is an addition, you can add on to that. And,
okay. Thank you, Chair, for the space, and thank you for presenting the report. And I want to comment on 2 or 3 things. One, on the vision and mission and the objectives, incorporating a thematic area on health specifically, because our health is a cross-cutting, is a public health, but we'll need to have a specific thematic area on health. I think a member did present that the vision was presented to the board. I think that was early the first quarter, as if first quarter of 2022, and the vision was adapted as it is. It is short and brief. So, and I think the area now of discussion is if there is a need to revise the mission, and probably if accepted or agreed or resolved, then we can have a specific thematic area on health, and then we need to add that objective into the objectives itself. This is one. And then 2, on the strategic plan, I still remember the strategic plan expires probably, I could say, even July, because it was made in August. So, meaning that for us not to be left behind and maybe operate without a strategic plan for consistency purposes, the mandate of the committee is to work up to October, and which might be a little bit overdue. So the board should be able to resolve, pass a resolution from this particular meeting to extend the strategic plan, which is currently operational, up to December 31st, so that the mandate of the committee can continue up to October, when we have the strategic plan functional, because it is a resource mobilization tool. So that is what we don't want it to get expired. Yeah, I think basically those are the things that I really want to add as a comment based on what the committee discussed in that regard. Yeah, thank you. Back to you.
All right. Thank you very much. If there is any yes.
Yes, I actually had a comment, and I'm going to try to be as precise as possible. I'll begin with the last thing said by the executive director. So it's true, the strategic plan was developed in, I think, August or September of that year, but it was approved into use at a later date, which I can't recall now very clearly, but it is the date when actually it will be expiring. And I think it is somewhere between December. So I think given that its expiry date is not actually in July or August as the executive director had presumed, it's okay for the strategic plan because it's going to expire at that time. That's why I think we started the process of developing the new one early enough in the first place. Yeah, I don't know if that provides some clarity, Benson.
Yeah, it provides, but the issue is, what is written in the document, it is what is always considered. So the specific date of passing it is not been signed on it. So people will assume that it was August. That's when it has been developed, and probably the board passed it into use that particular date. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, there's some noise coming in from here. Actually, there is a signed copy of the strategic plan in the office in Koboko, a signed one and stamped. So were you able to retrieve that? I think it's good we have Jeffrey here. Jeffrey can attest to that. We have a signed copy of the strategic plan, the current working strategic plan.
Sorry, I was muted. I was saying before
yeah.
the meeting, I was talking alone. So before the meeting ends, we will retrieve the signed one, and then so that we can inform accordingly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Okay, and then just not also to take time, co-host, I wanted to say that the proposed motion to add health to our thematic area would require a unanimous decision from the board. And as of now, I think we can't achieve that because we don't have one board member around. Because it has to be a unanimous decision from all the 5 board members. Ayo, yeah.
Ayo, you can.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. I want to start from where Patrick has stopped. Even if the board members were all around, we would still need concrete reasons why we should add that. We should add health in our thematic areas because we have peace building, we have education, livelihood, and environment. At least if the committee would give us reasons why we should add, maybe their available funding or something. And that's really need, that is a very huge responsibility, and all of us should be aware of that. And another question that I want to ask is on our mission that the committee suggested for change. Maybe they should also give us reasons why that has to happen, because always when you have reasons, it's easy to think to make things happen. So that is my questions.
Okay. I think thank you very much. Let me begin with the issue of health. In our discussion, there was a concern that yes, CECI currently is implementing health-related projects, and yet they don't have what? A thematic area that is specifically for health. So that means it is very dangerous in terms of the donor kind of relationship, because you can't implement something which you don't have a thematic, it's not part of your thematic area. So the explanation from the discussion was right now the health program implemented is under education. They implement it under education, but then it would be very good to put health or public health as a thematic area of its own. So that was the reason as to why we proposed that maybe health needed to be added as one of our thematic areas. And then the other one was about yes, can you remind me of the other question?
There was a proposal that we have to change probably the vision or mission of the organization. My question is, what is wrong with it? But also, as you answer that, I wanted to ask another questions, which already you've answered. That I wanted to ask if that health project is independent, it's only health, because some projects comes with other activities that probably cut across. I understand CECI now implementing or about to start implementing the project of well-being, which is funded by Hilton Foundation. When you look at that project critically, it has health, education, and livelihood just in one. So that if that is a reason, then that cannot give us a concrete reason why we should have probably add thematic area around health, because some project comes like that. But where we see possibility of probably getting a project about health, maybe we can think of something of that. But we should know that there are some project that comes in, in a wider form that covers other sectors. Because we have the same project in Ayan, which is also covering like that, and we are managing it. Yeah, thank you,
Okay.
Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much for those questions and clarities. But I really don't know. We have a few minutes left for the meeting to end, and yet we are in agenda item number 6. So I really don't know, before I can answer this, what we can do.
I would suggest that if all agree, we can probably continue with the meeting if the link will not end. I don't know if it is automatic, if Patrick made it automatic or something that, can just allow us proceed with the meeting, because some of us prepared today for only this meeting. So for me, it's okay to add more, probably an hour or even 1.5. That's okay with all the members.
Yes, members, you can give your view on that so we can continue.
Yeah, Chair, I would suggest let the meeting end. Let the time elapse, and then we can borrow like probably 30 minutes. Those reports and those other businesses, probably we can just get to the point. Would be okay. Myself and team, you should be aware we are hosting partners, and we have already invited them also to join us this evening, particularly the executive directors and the managers. So currently they are doing planning, so we'll be able to join them in the closer. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Patrick, your comment on that, please.
I think it's fine. Maybe first is to assure you that the meeting won't stop, because it's a premium account, so we can have for as long as we can. And the second, I understand the management is hosting a learning event, which, as Benson said, they might be going for it. Benson, would 45 minutes work? And then we can just rush through stuff. Benson, Liz, Taban, would 45 minutes work?
Sure, 45 will be is visible. Yeah.
Is that okay with Liz, Taban?
Taban actually has already joined the team because there's a planning process, and he's already sharing planning. Yeah, so
okay.
But he's
okay.
following the conversation.
Okay. All right then. Irene, over to you, and Lotte.
I'm okay with that. Maybe I would suggest that things that need the presence of director, we would give him to present so that we release them, if that is okay. And I don't know if all of them are needed. Maybe we would have one member from the management to stay back to attend this meeting as others go for the visitors. I don't know if that is okay. It's a suggestion from me.
Sounds like a good one. Probably Elizabeth and Ben can respond to that.
Yeah, what I was saying here is that the PM is already with the team. They are doing the planning process. And myself and Elizabeth were attending this meeting with an aim that probably we can close, maybe if latest can be 5, maybe 5:15, like Patrick was already suggested. And we can still extend. I will be coming to the closer, and of course the directors also might want to ask specific questions that may come directly to me, and the finance that we might need to respond to them as well. But let us have the 45 minutes added after this meeting, after the schedule. Yeah.
Okay. Over to you, Co-Chair.
All right, thank you very much, because time is not our best ally. specifically, I'm going to respond to Irene's question about the reason, the mission rather. It is not like the committee resolved to change. It is only shortening it. We are not going to change anything. We were thinking if we can make it more shorter by playing with English words. But the meaning carries the same meaning, but then we shorten. And likewise the vision. But we've not resolved anything like changing or something. Then too, on the other issue of health, to me, it would be good for us to pass it as a thematic area because we are a growing organization. We really don't know what happens next because we have an agenda here that says it needed to be registered as a national organization. So once we restrict ourselves to specific thematic areas and yet we are looking for funding from all angles, it might not be okay on our side. So that is my submission specifically on those two questions that Irene has raised. But,
Co-host, this is the guideline I can provide in this case as a chair.
yes.
One is that if this is really a very serious issue, as has been pointed out in this meeting, it's important that the committee or the management provide a compelling justification for the proposed changes in writing to the board with a very clear justification for the kind of changes they are suggesting and why they have to happen, like with a very, very clear justification. And then from there, the board can see if that is something that can be discussed and if that discussion can result into further other discussions that could result into the kind of changes that have been raised here. Think that I don't think I have to say the second thing. Over to you.
Okay.
If I may.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Patrick has made it a little bit clear. Maybe it did not feature in the resolutions. One, we had resolved, the committee resolved in that meeting that the issue of the thematic area, it should be headed by the program team to make the same thing like Patrick I just alluded. Make a write-up and be able to present this to the committee. And then now the committee will further present to the board because that one came as a result of the committee's engagement and such. And then now it will be now upon the board to take from there. But it's still, I want to say it is still very important for us to have that thematic area as we expand our operations in all angles. Thank you. Back to you.
All right. Thank you very much for that wonderful comment. Yes. Is there any other thing, any comment, question on the strategic plan committee report?
Co-host, my comment would be that the management need to be very proactive in responding to requests or assessments sent from the SPC. This is important, and I think the latest is that no one from the management has filled out the organizational assessment tool, and I think that doesn't look good because at the center of this is the management, in making sure that the kind of strategic plan we come up with at the end of the day is one that actually reflects their priorities and the priorities of everyone else. Because at the end of the day, we are putting this document, we're putting the objectives, the strategies in place, but the people who actually implement them are the management. So you can't implement something that you have not actively participated in it. Over to you.
All right. Thank you for that comment. On that, I think in the beginning we had a really gap in communication, but of recent I have seen massive improvement in terms of responses and communication. So since we also say change is a process, we will say we will allow them more time. But on my side, I have seen too much coordination and cooperation with the management, I think, and the team entirely has improved greatly.
That sounds good. Very good.
Yes, yes. Is there any other thing we've not exhausted? Okay. Can we now say we are adapting the strategic plan committee report and the minutes as a working tool, as a document? Can we second to it? Because members,
Chair, if I can say something, we, after adding some of these observations, and I would I would move a motion to say yes to the document that can be followed and then signed on and then be printed. Thank you.
yes, one more person to second, and we move on.
Seconded and adopted the report
Okay.
for filing.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That is it with agenda item number 6. Now, agenda item number 7 is the executive director's report. ED's reports, the next item. So, ED, you're welcome.
Benson, are you able to see? Benson? Benson, are you able to see?
Hello, Benson, are you with us?
cohort. If Benson is not, can we have the finance present the financial report instead, as we wait for Ben to get on board? Yeah.
Sure. Sure, we can move on. Can carry on the agenda item. Once Benson gets back, we will get back to that item later. So Lizzie, you're welcome to present the finance report, which is agenda item number 8.
Thank you, Chair. Should we wait for the screen or I kick start?
You can start as a Patrick, can you share with us?
Can the finance direct me on what document to share? The finance has so many documents, so.
Quarter 2.
Okay, let me find that. You can go ahead as I find it.
So this is the quarter report from April to June 2023. In CECI here, so far we have 4 projects that are running. We have Comprehensive Refugee Response Framework, CRRF. We have Peace Building Initiative, that is PBI, funded by Oxfam. We have the Bridge Project, funded by Watch Out Canada in collaboration with MasterCard Foundation. Then we have Welcome Sasame and the Sasame Workshop. So for my report here, balances as of April 2023, under CRRF, we had 447,000. Peace Building, 193,659. The Bridge, 448,197. And the savings, we had 26,874,720 shillings on the account. But in the course of this quarter, we got some fundings. Oxfam funded us with 148,384,190 shillings. The Bridge Project, they disbursed 4.14,312,478. We only got 2 funding from 2 projects. So on expenditure per project, under CRRF, we only add 1 expenditure, that is the documentary. We managed to document our progress activities within municipal, the women groups. We also did one with BDPD. I believe we shared the documentary with all of you. I don't know if you have watched. It is also included in the impact report. That was a product of this documentary facilitation that we did under CRRF. Then the second expense was the bank charge. They charged that for the quarter, 65,550 shillings. Under PBI, since we received funding in June, it was mid-June, so our activities were very few. Actually, we are starting re-implementation effective this month up to December. So most of the expenses under PBI were mainly personnel, operations, and a few activities that we have started. We're only doing awareness and dialogues at the moment, which we finished today. We had 3 dialogues. Under the structures, we have the male champions, we have the women fora, then we have the religious leaders and cultural leaders. So as per now, they're doing dialogues. The last one was done today. Only that we haven't received reports on them yet. We also managed to get 7% from Oxfam management fee, which is the 8,309,000, which we withdrew from the account, although it had a condition on it that we weren't aware of beforehand. But when the partner visited, they explained it and we got to know about it. Maybe next year we shall do better. That 7% has a condition on it. Only that
Would you mind saying what the condition is?
The condition is you earn the 7% out of the direct costs incurred for that period. So if your direct cost was 10 million, the 7% you earned on management fees is the 7% of that 10 million. You don't withdraw the whole amount of money. I believe next year we shall do better.
That's a good one.
So we wanted to spend 28,146,835. And the balance as at end of June was 120,431,014 shillings. When you go to the One Child project, the bridge, it is the education. We had an opening balance of 14,760,675. We did a lot of borrowings for bridge. Most of their monies came, the last money that came was last week. So most of the activities under bridge that we financed this quarter were borrowed funds, mainly from the core project and our management account to facilitate bridge, because the year was coming to an end and activities were pending. They would say the money, we waited in vain. It was going to drag us so long, so we decided to borrow funds from management and the PBI. So on personnel, that includes net salaries, payee, NSF 5%, we spent 4,739,800 shillings. Fringe benefits, NSF 10%, 1.140, 400 shillings. The travels and per diem. Under this project, there's a provision for travels and per diem. So any travels within the project, like maybe there's a review meeting, maybe they want a training, we're supposed to facilitate the staff that are going, because they normally, at least which staff they want particular, either the program manager, mill officer, project officer. So we have to facilitate them wherever they are going. That's why you see there is a budget line of travels and per diem. So that quarter we spent 1,740,000 shillings on travels and per diem. Then equipment repairs and maintenance. Here we did all the services for all the motorcycles, inclusive of the generator for the quarter. We all know we have 4 motorcycles in office. We have 2 printers. We have a generator plus a pad record system. That all in time, sometimes it needs repairs in case there's a breakdown. We spent 3,249,000 shillings. Operations, rent, fuel, water, power, internet, airtime. We spent 3,163,000. Rent contribution for this project is 1.5 million per quarter. Then internet, we subscribe to 150 GB at the cost of 250,000 per month. That's why you see operations is high. Then under direct activities, we had to purchase 30 bicycles for our committee members, education committee members. We spent 17,811,100 shillings. Activities under bridge, we had the mother-to-mother sessions, we had the advocacy campaign, we had the biannual stakeholders meeting, we had the training of the YEC and SEC committee members. Then we also bought the bicycles and the t-shirts for those committees, that is YEC and SEC. So we spent 17,811,100 shillings. The total expenditure was 31,926,675. The balance that had remained on account is 524,800 shillings. When we go to the savings account, we had an opening balance of 28,874,720 shillings. So all the monies we borrowed from the savings account, we managed to refund them back. That is around 12,502,800 shillings. We also got a bank interest of 71,672 for that account. They charge it annually. It could be 3% or 3 to 5% annually. This is the 7% we withdrew from the PBI project, the 8,309,000. We took it to the management account, the savings account. The total on that account was 47,758,192 shillings on that account. So the expenses that we did, the borrowings from that account and to facilitate bridge, we had to pay salaries from that account. I think it was from March up to June. We got salaries from the savings account to facilitate bridge stuff. Other activities also were also facilitated by this very account. Under that very account, we managed to procure a piece of land in Nyanglia, 30 by 30 meters. We also managed to facilitate one of the staff under a new project, which is still on review, semi workshop. This is a project on ECD, which we will intend to implement for 16 months. So there is still content review going on, but staff has to be paid. So that month is on the M&E staff who had reported that month was in office. So we had to pay her for her time, and review of content was still going on. Up to now, they are still sending content for review. Then we facilitated board meetings from the management account. That is 250,000 for that, for this quarter. Then we have the strategic planning meeting facilitation, 204,000. Then we also spent part of that on impact launching. This included the meals and transport refund for a selected few of the beneficiaries that came to testify that time. I think transport refund was 140. Then the 720 was spent on the meals. Service provider, we paid the service provider for the meals offered that day. Then we have the no vote expenditures. For example, our office assistant has no vote. So in most cases, we pay her from the savings account. In all the projects, there's no vote for office assistant. So we endeavor to save as much as we can so that we're able to pay her. And then there are those travels and per diem that have no vote, like the new projects that are coming. We need to facilitate staff to go for those meetings, and they don't have budget lines so far. So we pick money from this very account. Then the bank charges for that period was 56,266 shillings. So the total expenditure on that account was 46,193,866 shillings, and we had a balance of 1,564,326 shillings as at 30th of June. So the balances on the account as at 30th of June, we had the CRRF account, 81,450. The peace building account, that is for Oxfam, 120,432,014. The bridge, the watch yard account is 524, 800 shillings. Then the organization saving account, we had 1.564,326 shillings. So the balances as of June, the total balances, we had 132,602,590 shillings. So the cash at hand here that we're talking about is the balance from operations that had picked from the PBI account, and this is what I'm using to run this month. The 673, because what I had picked was 1.556,400 shillings. I only spent 1,020,000 shillings. So this 676,400 shillings is a balance from the 1,556,400 shillings. So in total, the total balances at the bank and at hand is 1,123,278,990 shillings. Then on assets, asset register, we managed to buy 2 drawers, one for the executive and one for the PM, because the drawers don't have keys, they don't lock. So we purchased 2 drawers. Then with the increasing number of staff, we managed to procure chairs 5 chairs, 2 with cushions and 3 flat. Then we also bought a table, which is partitioned into 4. Since we have new staff and the furniture was not enough, we had to buy another table. But right now, all staff have workstations, which is good, because others would be standing outside. And then we also bought the hand washing facility, the one that was here initially. Got damaged, got broken, we had to purchase another one. We also have Airtel router, the one we use for internet connection. We also bought one to facilitate our communications, which we subscribe 150 GB monthly at 250 under the bridge project. Down.
Tell me where to stop.
It's at the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah, those are the new assets we bought in the quarter. Yeah, punching machine for punching and stapling machine for programs, because they keep sharing hours there in finance. And yet our office is small. In most cases, they congest our office. So we decided to buy for them there. I think I can end there. I don't know if there are any queries that I can answer to.
I had one.
Yes.
So according to your presentation, there were some funds, I think about 26 or 28,000 that we borrowed. 26 or 28 million that we borrowed from the savings account. They were like
savings
about,
account, yes.
Yes, that was borrowed. I think about 26 or 28 around there. Has
Yes.
it been refunded back?
Yes, we have.
Okay.
As soon as the money for bridge came on 13th, we did the refunds.
Okay, so that means as it stands now, the balance is, let me open the document yet. So as it stands now, what is the balance in that account?
I didn't get the balance, but I can still call the bank and I'm giving the balance.
Okay, that's fine.
Before you close the meeting.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, over to you, co-host.
Okay. I think thank you very much, Liz, for having given us an elaborate report on the finance. But I'd wanted to ask a few questions. One, when you look at the asset register, you had items which were procured long time ago and they have not been engraved. I would like to know why. Why is it taking long? And there is an item here of a bicycle, item 16 on the asset register.
Yes.
That is, yes. If you look at it, it is in the field office, the condition is good and only one in use. I don't know how you mean by that.
The one in use, it is being used by our security guards, but the other one is in store. But the condition is not okay. So the one we were using, the skies are using, we worked on, and the one they're using right now for transportation. To ease the transportation to office.
Now, in the, you said you spent money on repairs.
Yes.
You spent money on repairs. Now, won't it be worse if you would have repaired this bicycle, which is not also good in good condition as well?
I think we
Or
can look at that.
do you have a maintenance plan in place for the assets?
The assets. We mainly have the movable ones are the ones we do service and maintain. With the laptops, we also do antivirus and the upgrading. Even the printers as well. We do we do the cleaning and the refilling of ink in case it is done. But we don't wait for it to get, because the moment you get it, you wait until it is done, that affects the printer so much. So always monitor the ink levels on all the printers. We have 2 printers so far. The one that was donated by Warchild and the one we bought from Oxfam last year's budget.
Okay.
Yes, Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Yeah, written plan, not there, but of course we're all very aware that some of these things require maintenance. The moment you use the bike to go to the field, we most of the times we have service providers, and these service providers, they normally they give us a time frame. And these are service providers whom we have signed the agreement, MOUs with them on service provision. They normally say this limit, this mileage you use, to this you need to be doing A. This to this you need to be doing. So most of the times we monitor this based on our logbooks that we could place, and then in service providers, particularly on printers, and so they also have these regulations. The moment you use the printer reaching up to this level, you should be able to refill, you should be able to check, you should be. We have blowers, these blowers, in the blower in office that from time to time, at least after 1 week or 2, you should be able to blow the computer, the dust out, because those are some of the causes that can create damage into those machines that we have. But written down now will depend on what the service providers have given us. Regulating bicycles, on bicycles, currently as I talk, we have 8 bicycles in the office that were procured newly at the end of the Q2. So they are not even assembled yet, but those ones are meant for project beneficiaries. But the ones that were given to the project beneficiaries, they have been labeled according to where we got them from and how we got them, with our visibilities, the visibility of the partner, and so on. So those are the things. But for the securities, the bicycles that they use were given them to ease them their movement. It is a little bit hard for us to assess most of the times. It is then who are the users that brings a report to administration that you see our bicycle now has gone to this level. But we also make sure that we don't cost most of the times into that. Because when we hand you something, particularly movable thing like a bicycle, you might be using it for your personal use. For example, you're out of office, you are using it maybe at home to run certain things, which is okay. That is a motivational factor. But we might not really, where you get damage from there, please, you say you fix it. You see, so those are the regulations that we put in place to make sure that we maintain
and control what is available in the names of the organization. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Okay, thank you very much for that elaborate answer. But to me, I was thinking it would be wise if you use, basing on your response, if you use the advice from service provider to build a maintenance plan in future, so that you can have a plan on how you can maintain all your assets and equipment in office. Basically, I think if there's any other person with a question, a comment on the finance report, you're welcome.
Yes, first I had, okay, Irene, I think Irene can go, and then I can go after Irene.
It's okay, Patrick. My area is now noisy. You can first talk. I'm figuring if I can probably type because they're praying behind our office, but first come.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, in that case, I can go ahead then. So this is for Liz and Benson, particularly on the report. I have these few comments to make. I wanted to understand, at least from Liz or Benson, how much of our annual budget has been realized or committed in funding, because it seems you haven't been able to report that. I don't see it anywhere in the report, and yet you're the very ones that are working on implementing our annual budget and work on it. Seems that it is not being tracked. Would you like to respond?
Liz is saying, yeah. Liz, you respond to this question. It's a very important question.
On the progress on the annual work plan, I want to have a few comments. The purchase of land, the payment of rent from Jan to September, the furniture that we bought, we are able to facilitate all the meetings, be it strategic planning, be it finance and audit committee or the board. Basically, the camera, we have money for the camera, but it's not enough for the camera we want. So we're thinking if we, as we implement, we continue to save and add on so that we get a good camera for documenting our activities. That will help us so much.
Liz, it seems you haven't answered my question yet. My question
if I
is,
may.
Okay.
Yeah, your question still stands. If we get like from like the last 2 quarters, which were this is the second quarter we're talking about,
yeah,
probably in estimation, which I think this is the part of. I want to admit that it is something that is probably we should have ignored, but it is very key. But we could have reached up to maybe 48. I was making a kind of calculation up to 48 of our budget implementation. 48%.
Okay.
Yeah, percent. 48% based on that. But I think like it's still like I said, this is something that most of the time we don't need to get into it. If I even went further to assuming that probably we must have even under budgeted our budget for this year based on the tasks and everything that is coming at hand now. But assuredly, really, in the next quarter, we need to really to calculate this, to accumulate and be able to share according to our work plan, our budget.
Okay.
For this year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Co-chair, if you will allow me, I have like a few recommendations to make going forward. And
Okay.
one is let the finance report at least also track the progress we are making towards our annual budget. That's important. Going forward, Liz, would you like to feature that in the reports? The way the
Yes,
report
please.
is structured is totally fine, but can you maybe provide us with a different page of another report that at least gives us an idea of how we are performing in terms of meeting our budgetary targets for the year, such that we know this quarter, last quarter, we achieved this quarter, we achieved this, you know, and those kind of things. It's a good way of tracking implementation of the budget. And also it's good for us to know that you guys are actually implementing and tracking and monitoring implementation of these frameworks, you know? And also another comment is I have noticed that in the bank statements, when I was reviewing, I've noticed very huge cash withdrawals and so forth. And I think I would like to make very clear that it's important, good enough we have Liz here, who is our finance lead, and we have the executive director. It's very important that you work towards avoiding huge cash withdrawals, at least for the most part. And also minimize cash transactions. And I think from at least the conversation or the report already read out by Liz. Liz was very elaborate, and I think clearly she has shown that there is minimal cash transaction going, at least in place. But I have noticed that there was a withdrawal like of over 16 million, probably is for the procurement of land or something, I don't know, but it was withdrawal, and I think that is really huge. To put the person to risk is a very serious safety issue. And I would encourage, especially the finance team, to ensure that you embrace bank transaction mostly and other electronic transfers, because at least it leaves a paper trail which can be tracked or so forth. And Emma had said something which I think Liz hasn't been able to respond to, which is that why the assets engraved when even some of them were bought a very long time back. And I think I want to say that going forward, it's important that the executive director and Liz, you ensure that all assets are engraved. At least those that can be engraved are engraved effective immediately. And I think in the next quarter, we should be hearing that this has happened. And also the other thing is update the banking information sheet every quarter and share it with, along with the final board report, I mean the final financial report, when you're sharing it with the board, such that we have latest banking information sheet, we know whatever is happening and all those kind of things. It's kind of a very good way as well to inform our decision making. And also update the staff register every quarter and share it along with the financial report. This is a great way for us to as well monitor whether it be new staff that are coming in or if any staff left, and we want to be able to know when that is happening. So it would be nice for you to do that, update share the updated banking information sheet and the staff register with the board. And it would be nice if you could share the one each quarter too. Probably after this meeting, after some days from now. And the very crucial one I noticed is that there is a really need in the coming report that you reorganize the asset register according to items or according to categories. This is important for easy monitoring. I think members have noticed that when you look at the asset register, you have maybe two motorcycles at the top. You have one motorcycle in the middle and then another one at the end, you know? So if it is a motorcycles, can you have all motorcycles listed there? If it is, let's say, things like solars, can you have all solars listed there? If it is bicycles, can you have all those things listed there? If it is computers, I think when you see they are spread all over the asset register, can we have those organized such that if it is laptops, we know that for more information about assets and the laptops, we have all laptop, information right there, whether it being new and old. And also, I think it is very important that you report in the register, and I mean the asset register, report any items that have been donated, disposed of, items that have completely depreciated or written off. Those as well should feature in the asset register, because apparently there are items that have been there. And what happens is that as a new asset register comes in every quarter, probably you will have noticed that the items that were reported, let's say maybe last year, maybe in the same quarter, are not there, and no information is provided on them. And I think we want to be able to have a system where we're able to track everything. Yeah, over to you, Chair, please.
All right. Thank you very much for those comments. I think we've taken note of them. I don't know if Irene can make her comments. Irene.
Yes, just a quick one. Thank you. My background is now noisy. I didn't know we have a church around here until today. So I have when financial was presenting at notice 4 key areas to question, but I think on the issue of assets, Patrick has already talked about. We keep on carrying some assets that are not in use every time when we are presenting. If we can know the state of these assets, will they still be useful in the future? If not, what can we do about them? Can we probably sell it cheaply and top up, or we do with something other than them appearing every time there when they are not in use? But my key point is that I would really want us to encourage the practice of cash transfer other than withdraw every time, the frequent withdrawal of money. If probably maybe we are buying something or some items from a registered business, we can do cash transfer immediately from the bank straight away. This is a very good practice. If we put this into use, it will help us to track our resource expenses. I don't know, finance, you have to take note of that. At least and you can only do that through quotations. When we plan to buy, when we plan to purchase things, let's do quotations so that we pick those that are registered, those that we can easily transfer money to give them, other than withdraw, we give them cash. We should have to discourage this. If we do proper, like the bicycle we bought, 30 of them. I don't know if we did a transfer direct from the bank or the money was withdrawn and paid in cash. Elizabeth, can you answer that? What was the mode of paying of those bicycles?
It was by check.
By check, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so we have to encourage the cash transfer. It will be a very good practice for us. Then something I've realized on our report, but it is also something we've discussed in the last quarter meeting, that financial report should come with a descriptive report. If we're talking about expenses, how much we've spent on something, can we have a breakdown? Probably date, like on this date we did this activity, this is how this was done. We have to have descriptive part of financial report to help us. Not all of us have the knowledge of finance, but through descriptive report will really help us to understand how money was spent, which date, those things has to appear. If we are talking of probably an activity that took place around maybe BDBD, when was that? How much was spent? Because when you're bringing figure, it's okay, but this report gives it a better view. So this is something I wanted to discuss with the member in the House, and the issue of quotations, at least in our financial reports, we should at least, I don't know if you might be having these quotations in the office there, but at least they also have to appear, probably how many service providers have you contacted, why did you choose to buy from this one, so that we understand, okay, we chose to buy bicycle probably from my shop because maybe I had the best price and good quality, probably, and also probably I might have made the financial policy of the organization of the cash transfer, something of that kind. So this is the area I've thought of discussing with our management in the next maybe quarter report, if we can rectify this area. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. And maybe a quick one, I would also want to ask our finance lead on the issue we discussed during the fax meeting, that you agreed to do the issue of bank reconciliation and following up on the previous financial report. I don't know if you did that, and what was the result, because I expected that also to appear in your report.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for made your submissions. I think there is a question for the management. You can respond to that.
Can I come in? May I come?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. And this is very important, and that is the importance of having all in place. And one thing I want to bring to all of you to your attention, particularly the board members, that we have been trusted because of procedures. And that's why we have partners who have been identified by our donors that go and learn from there. It is very key. I'm very proud when people do articulation of issues like this. So just quick to a specific note. The last point from Ayo is I think we'll just need to retrieve the reconciliation, and we just do reforwarding. That thing is being done. And I think board chair confirmed that, but we can do reforwarding if that is kicked off. And I think this time, again, I think we did it. We shared the bank statements and the reconciliations for the quarter. On engraving, most of these things we did them towards the end of the quarter. And for us, we felt it is very important because as we increase in number, we really need to have this done. And I agree with our board chair, Patrick, that we grouping them is something very important, and this should be able to feature in the minutes. And then the next day, whatever, we need to be able to group some of the things. But I want to assure you that we have one service provider who do engraving. And in a shortest period of time, we acquired a number of things. And having one service provider is a little bit tricky. And so, but the procurement committee, they have started the engraving of this thing. We cannot report it now because this is again another quarter. So we'll have to do that in the next quarter as we report them. Don't worry about it. We're very particular. And of course, we are guided. As a recommendation from me as head of the management is that the procurement and disposable, they call it the procurement policy. It's something that we should be able to look into it next, so that some of these things that we converge with here should be part of those things, the procurement and the asset policy. So those things should be encamped there for us to have all this. Board is a policy maker, and we implement what is being put in place. And you realize that some of those things we do them because of experiences sometimes that we have, and we want to apply them to make them visible and work. And truly, they are working. We have service providers. I would say because we signed the MOUs with them, we can be able to share with you the MOUs that we have signed with them. We have service providers for vehicle, we have service providers for fuel, service providers for repair, service providers, they're stationary. There are several of them. So they are the ones who are doing. So when it comes to procurement, we know who is supposed to procure for us because agreements with them. And that is a policy mandate that we have to do. I will request our finance who is here to ensure that it connects with the procurement, and then some of those agreements that we signed with the service providers can be shared with the board, scanned, and then I will be able to share with the board members. That will be very important for your knowledge and then for understanding. There are partners who come, they will want to even know our board members, who are they? Like 2 days ago, they were asking me when I was converging with one of the new partners who is coming on board. They wanted who are the board members. They wanted the names, but I submitted your names with all your contacts. So that is the importance, and that's what makes us very unique in a way. So we are learning, all of us, we are learning, and we will make sure that we can do this thing accordingly. Thank you very much. Those are things that I want to respond in general.
Okay, so Co-Chair, if I may, I wanted to just say something quickly.
It's okay.
Yeah, and to say that so we are not doing an internal audit review. We're just asking questions. And if, for example, those documents are there, we know that the Finance and Audit Committee, which is consisting of Topi, Irene, and I know Lotte is part of it too, and the Benson, you're part of it too. So when, for example, our internal auditor Topi comes on ground with the colleagues like Irene and others, I think they will be able to verify those things and offer guidelines or recommendations that are relevant as per what they will find when they come back. Yeah, but I think for now, what we are saying is that we need to have those kind of processes followed. And I think that is clearly what we are saying here. I don't know what Liz has to say. Liz? Okay, looks like Liz is probably far from her device. Over to you, Co-Chair.
All right. Thank you very much. I think we've really exhausted a lot of our time in this, because this is a very, very, very sensitive part in an organization, and it's where the organization keeps running. Without finances, we wouldn't have been running like this SCC. So maybe Geoffrey, if you have a comment on the finance report, you can make your comment. Then maybe afterwards we will adapt it as a working document for Q2. Wow.
Thank you all.
Wow.
Once we was answered, and then updating the bank seats, which Patrick hinted about on it. Maybe what I can say is that maybe Liz can add on the balances in terms of savings, projects, because she has compiled all the balances down there as one. So if she can improve on that on the report, it will be very good. Thank you.
All right. I think Liz has gotten it. Maybe if she hasn't, Benson is around. Liz, do you wish to speak to it?
About the balances per account. It is there. The last down on the
about everything else.
Yeah, I've noted taken key interest. I've noted all that you've commented about.
Okay,
and I
thank
hope
you.
to work on them as soon as possible.
Thank you. Hopefully in the next quarter meeting, we can see those changes reported.
Chair, if I can say something, you know, how we operate when it comes to, you know, we have this tendency that we always need to beat deadline. So where there's no money in another project, and we are very rest assured that the money will come, we just go to spend if we have it. So that is why you see sometimes you go and borrow here and borrow from there. And probably we may need also your guidance, but it had been a good practice, and it made us to really to beat all the odds. You can well as a board.
What I would say,
yes.
what I would say is that mergers is a good thing to do. You should always do it with approval of the donor or the funding partner in question. Otherwise, you don't want to land yourself or land us in a situation where we have expenses disallowed. Yeah, it's always always a good practice that before you go into borrowing, should it let it be with approval of the funding partner saying, okay, we're experiencing delays, go ahead to spend on your own budget and we are going to refund you.
Yeah, that is what we always do. Like for the bridge project, went up to spending, borrowing up to a lot of money, 40 million plus. So, and that is it. But we have to negotiate first. I don't want to get into issues. We negotiate, you agree, I agree, I disagree, you disagree, it's okay. That is it.
It's always a good practice to do that, absolutely, yeah. Always to do it with their approval and you're on the same page.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we've perused through the finance report and we made our submissions, comments, questions, and the likes. So now I would like to move a motion that we adapt the report as a working document for Q2. Can we second?
It would be a yes for me. Over to you.
Yes, Patrick, yes. Irene, Benson.
I think Irene is in a better position to vote for this.
Irene.
Why Benson?
Because Benson is the one submitting the report.
Okay.
Geoffrey, is it a yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We've I think seconded that we've approved this report and we're adapting it for filing. Can we move to the next agenda item, that is the executive director's report, which should have been before this, but Benson was unavailable by that time. So Benson, you're welcome. Present the report.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this. Before I proceed, I have maybe one or two things, but one, to request Patrick, if you can be able to share your screen. Now you have the report.
Yeah.
And I believe that most of you already read the report. They should be having your comments. I will just go to key things, not reading all. And then two, I want to also confirm to you, particularly there was a conversation on the strategic plan. The signature appended here. Chair, if you can allow me to proceed.
Yeah, absolutely.
The signature appended here was on 18th of December 2020. So the secretary to the board signed and the chair signed in the names of Juma, Robert, John, Paul, and then Patrick Chandiga as the secretary. Yeah. So I want to confirm that. I promise to retrieve the report.
Okay, thank you. You said what is the date?
The date was 18th of December, but the formulation was Monday, August 10th of 2020.
Okay, thank you.
That was first edition.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. I think you should have taken note of that, and that was the conversation that maybe that one will come later. So,
Okay.
So the report of the executive director that's presented to the board of directors. You can continue to scroll. I don't know if everyone is seeing it. Yeah, I'm seeing it. Is everyone seeing
it?
See?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe that you read, but I want to read the introductory part of it, which is the quarter introduction and the mission moment. Quarter 2 has been mainly the implementation of the activities from the bridge, the Nexus, which is a building project with a focus on the securing registration from other districts and MOUs. The current. There has been a focus on fundraising and follow-ups on the submitted proposal, reaffirming the key areas in the programming, keenly looked at the thematic areas of peace building, education, livelihood, environment, and the institutional development. So, on the dashboard, there's significant issues around the programming. We have institutional project, institutional and the project. The audit has been, that is narrowed to project to audit. The audit has been completed and the review of the strategic plan is in progress, written and launched. The impact report 2020-2022 so far confirmed and incepted the gear for success and welcomes the summit projects for Koboko, Yumbe, and Obong. Facility and the programs, we continue strengthening of partnerships and the collaborations with the local government, national, local, and international organizations through engagement in reviews, inceptions, and the report sharing and the provision of feedbacks. Programs in the quarter, we have one, the bridge, which is the YAO project. Youth Africa Works, that is the YAO is the Youth Africa Works. Community level engagement, I don't know if I have to read this. That depicts the reach and where we engaged under the bridge. You can scroll down. Those are structures we also formed. We can go down. We can go, yeah. And then on peace building, we also have supported and participated during the organization of the World Refugee celebrations, BDBD. The dates are there. We also conducted implementation planning meetings with the structures, with the dates. We also attend online implementation planning meeting organized by Oxfam. Also received one female student from Makerere University for internship placement at the and the welcome Saseme. We also have this. We have this for translators for Lugariti, Kakwa, Koboko, Lingala, and Kuku were shared by CECI to the Saseme workshop. And we are also, up to now, we are still continuing. Also have draft materials content with shared with CECI and the LABE for reviews. This is the new project, which is Welcome Sasame. We were able to recruit like two project staff, male officer and the field officer, male officer. I'm also happy to announce here that we have created an official email for the male officer, and we already engaging in some of these things. So we already did the inception for Saseme workshop and in Koboko and even in Arua. Now, finance and administration, the department received team from Oxfam on 27 June to undertake an expenditure verification exercise, procurement of office furniture, which already reported, whatever, and T-shirts and bicycles for YEX and the SEX. YEX is the Youth Education Committees, and then the SEC is the Community Education Committees, which is ongoing. We also were able to security lights were worked on greatest success of the quarter. I have to confirm that gear for success and welcome Sasame projects. It's already on. Recruitment of male and the education lead officer. We have receiving of PBI funds. We have already received that. Finalization of the year one activities under the bridge. We have already concluded. And most importantly, we are able to procure a 30 by 30 meters land at the Nyangilia Ward. We also confirm membership of the AskNet, and the need list. These are networks that support refugee-led organization and particularly community-based organizations. I also want to confirm here that I've confirmed my trip to Juba. That is next week.
Would you like to repeat that? You said you confirmed what?
My trip to Juba to participate in the AskNet meeting, which is a 1 week meeting. Yeah. So next after this weekend, that which will be from 1st to 4th. Yeah, which is a great success to us, and we don't take that lightly. One of the challenges is currently the mobility. The field staff movement to the project sites remains a challenge due to the weather condition. You know, Koboko, as it is seasonal. Currently, rain is from time to time. So we thought, looking ahead, is that with the strategic partner engagements with the quota key areas of action for institutional strengthening and partnerships, that is one thing we'll look into it. Also focus on fundraise to construct the CECI procured land. We also look into fundraising for fundraise and procure a vehicle at least to do the implementation of projects, most especially on the far sites. The BD, which we have the team, and the Obongi, which we are going to follow up with the respective districts for the MOUs, Obongi, Terego, Yumbe, and Koboko. One good thing is that we also applied in consortium for education cannot wait for Terego, and things are cooking out. So meaning that we also need to, but we have already submitted the MOUs to these districts for their reviews and so on. We also recommend that there's expedition of the review and the formulation process of finance, communication, and the child protection policies. Particularly the child protection policy is a challenge to us for now. Sasema workshop works with children and they needed that policy. Maybe that's something that we should be able to look into and secure this land for office, which are secured, but of course construction is. Can we move on, please? A strengthened donor partnership through compliance and the results-based implementation, which we are very grateful for Oxfam for recommending other partners to come and learn from us, which they are on now, and soon I will be able to join them, and I have my encouragement as well to them. The opportunities for, particularly for the board engagement, we have facilitate board to participate in upcoming events. There are events that may require a board, so that is an opportunity. Participating in meetings with the donors or foundations and partners. That is something that we call also from the board. We can also have support in the resource mobilization that we needed the board to be fully. I want to thank Patrick on behalf of sitting on behalf of the board that together with him and him were able to really write concept notes and submit to donors and the like. So, and signing ceremonies with the partners agreement, if that's so, we're able really to engage, also engage in audits, and one of the things is now to come up with the guidelines and also see that we recruit a new audit firm. Periodic involvement and the participation in monitoring. No, the fact is tasked with that responsibility and to see that we have quality reports. Thank you very much. This is compiled by the executive CECI Uganda. These are the context. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much for that brief and wonderful presentation. I request members to maybe make their submissions, questions, queries, and then we carry on and adapt the report. So if you have a comment, yes.
I understand the executive director is as well also in a hurry for another thing. So I'm going to be straightforward and fast as I can with my own comment.
Yeah.
So I think from the report, one thing has come out clear is that there is an urgent need for a child protection policy.
Mm.
And I think it would be nice probably for us as the board to work on it. But on a separate note, I think it would be nice for me to have like a conversation with Benson, and probably also might have conversation with Irene. Irene also has dealt with a lot of children, you know, and like do this kind of consultations and then develop a proposal of a policy that then either the executive director or Irene can table to the board in the forthcoming meeting. That's just a sharp one, in my own opinion. And then now commenting on the report of the executive director, I have a few things that I really feel are important I should point out. First of all, I have to say congratulations to the management for making these tremendous milestones. My comment would be that it's important to include audit contributions in funding proposals, in their budgets, and even in budget adjustments. Include those audit contributions there. It's like a good way for us to keep a sustained, because the thing with the audits is that they don't have a specific amount every year. Their amount keep varying based on the income that we have as an institution, because some of them charge based on percentages and so forth and those kind of stuff. So it's very fluctuating and stuff. It's only fair that we can include some contributions for audit whenever we are doing a budgeting for the proposal or whenever we are doing budget adjustments or readjustments. And the other is, it's good to know that we have the land, and I think already the Finance and Audit Committee reported it. We are looking forward to receiving the land documents and the land title. So it would be nice for the executive director to share that with the board once those are out. And I felt that the issue of, you've already talked about fundraising and to construct an affordable space in the land procured, probably after the document, the land title is out and stuff like that. And I think it's very good to start that kind of a process straight away and start, mainly saving for that, fundraising for this, such that slow but sure, we can start, talking about working on a plan, progressing to putting foundations and stuff, those kind of things. And I think it will save us a lot of costs in the long term if we're able to put space in that land. Also, I noticed that we have a lot of activities that the executive director has reported. However, most of these activities are not being reported on our website or on our social media. So this is way an important initiative that the executive director must take very serious, especially around this area, to just make sure that we have those kind of updates on time, such that we're able to share them with those that are supporting our work. And the other thing is our MOU with OPM Kampala. I think it hasn't surfaced. The last time we had a conversation about it was that we had applied and there was some back and forth in terms of needing some updates and stuff like that. Can the executive director as well update us whether or not the MOU has already been signed? And also, the idea, the challenge of weather is really a serious one, that maybe the most appropriate response would be to procure a field car, address weather challenges. Those, sometimes the roads get bad, rains and stuff. And I think it will be good for the executive director to, as you've already reported in the report, to start working towards that kind of a thing, such that we have at least a long-term solution to this. And I think members will be very interested in participating and taking part in those events that have been mentioned in the report. But of course, they are not always going to just come by themselves. They have to come at the invitation of the executive director. So I think when there is that need, it is only good that you take the proactive step to invite them. And I think I know people who have been there, like Topi, I think a couple of times, probably Emma too. I don't know, Irene. I know Irene has been to a couple of events and presenting us, and but it's good to take that kind of proactive step in inviting, but it's a good way. And once the new registration documents are out, I think it's good to share them with the board member. And lastly, I think it's just good for us to, when we are doing budgeting, budgetary adjustments, and those kind of stuff, it's important we place value on also budgeting for long-term assets, like the cars, the motorcycles, the laptops, construction, those kind of things. Yeah. Over to you, Coach.
All right. Thank you very much for having given those submissions. And from what I've heard from you, there is a question that needed to be responded, specifically about the MOU with OPM. Don't know, Benson, if you would like to respond to it.
Yeah, sure. I have a response, or probably may not be an answer. The MOU we signed with the Oxfam, it is on a yearly basis, and we spark the conversation together with the OPM Kampala. And OPM Kampala said, but you people, you do a lot. We really acknowledge your work, your contribution to the settlement, to the POCs, and including the host community. Why don't you push for, at least, if you're implementing a 3-year, 5-year project with your donor, why don't you allow asking them to sign for at least those years, so that when you apply for renewal of MOU, then it becomes what? It should be a long-term thing. It is not on yearly basis, because this renewal we're talking about is on project-based, project implementation basis. So currently, last week, last week I was in Kampala in a side meeting when we had the meeting with Gear for Success, but I was meeting with the CDs, CD Oxfam, CD Watchell Canada, and then the global team, global affairs team, also from Canada, they were in Kampala. So we had that interaction. So that is the feedback I gave to. So we are not able to renew that MOU, but we are submitting reports at the local level, at the settlement level. So currently, we are waiting an MOU that can be signed for a couple of years, and then we submit to OPM for them to give us. But currently, we are operating legally because of these conversations and the like, those engagements that we had with OPM. So we don't have any problem in that, but we have not signed that the agreement. Maybe now the fear is, which the risk maybe someone who is being employed there will be terminated tomorrow or another day, and then tomorrow you come again, will be another new conversation. But at the ground level, we are okay. We comply and everything, and we are referred actually from the ground level up to the central government to have this done. So we have not signed that, but we are operational and based on our compliances and the like. Yeah. So that is what I can say particularly for that question. But I appreciate the comment of CJ Patrick, that it is very important we join hands together. That is the way for us to go. We might do small, but together with you, it carries weight for us to move forward and have things done at the same time. Thank you.
Yeah, Irene has her hand up, Coach.
Yes, Irene.
Thank you so much. Just want to ask Director a quick question about Hilton project. Getting this project from another partner, how is it called at CECI level? Because I've not seen it in your report. Have we secured this project? Because I have the list of those who benefited from Hilton Foundation project, and CECI is appearing. So why is it not seen in your report? And with the need list, how far are we hoping probably to request, or we are still at the training level? Which level are we with need list? And about the exchange program that is taking place at CECI, there's something little I would love to understand it from you. Are we financing this activity? How are we contributing other than giving space? Other than giving space and hosting these people? How is it affecting us financially? And are there people probably supporting this process? This event is also something that I would love to understand. On child protection policy, if the time comes, as the board chair said, I will really contribute positively, because I have some idea about that I got from CECI Uganda. On the land, I never wanted to pass the finance report because on the land I still had questions, because the amount looks too much. It's, I think, 15.5. At that level, I wanted to ask, where is this land located? Is it in the town? Is this 15,000? Is this 15,500,000 include the whole process, probably of witness, what of you. That's why I said I need descriptive financial report, because it helps us so that we know if what goes for land only is 15.5 million. What about the witnesses that comes for the land? How much did we pay? Those things, okay? So even if we pass that report, you can still put a hint there so that I can understand. On the MOU with Kampala, in case you come to follow it up, please contact me. I may be of help, but currently it's done online. The process is not hard. We can apply online as long as you've stated it very clearly. For renewal of MOU, you need a valid project. So that's mean we should get MOU of 3 to 5 years, which is very possible with OPM, so that this process of getting renewal every time, it doesn't disturb us. But I understand the field officer, Geoffrey, who is my good friend, is very sick in India, because he was the one responsible of acquisition of MOU, between partners and OPM. Is in India, sick. So probably his assistant who is doing the process, or somebody else. The process is quite complicated. It really takes long, since now it's done online. But when you need help around there, please contact me when you're in Kampala. We can do this together. Thank you, Chair. That's something I wanted to bring on board.
Sure.
Okay, all right.
Yes. I just want to respond immediately. My time is running up. I think. Sorry?
You can respond to the two questions which
okay.
you are.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, the issue on MOU, there are people whom we have contacts with them, and they probably, yeah, we are looking into that, and we need Oxfam's recommendation as well. I mean, to share with us, share with us because since we applied, now that the whatever got stuck, and now we have to engage manually. That is the good part of it, and that's why it creates more environment for engagement with the available people. But I will not hesitate in case I come to Kampala to have that sorted. I will not hesitate to really contact you and probably have a work together with you to this. The exchange visits, in the project, we have specific budgets for learning. So every partner facilitate. We have a TOR developed by Oxfam. Every partner contributes for their engagement and like. So that is what is very clear in the TOR. So that one, we are not committing to that. But also to us, we have a learning visit. So that's why for today, we have committed that we'll have, as we close, we'll have a dinner together with the partners so that we can mingle together and share experiences together with the directors, program managers, the finance team. Yeah, and on the land, we have paid 16.5 for the land, but of course we're advocating for more. At least should be added, at least to be 20 more meters to be added to it, so that it fulfills our mission of the recreational activities and the like. But we are pushing with the landlord. That money includes survey, which is survey is already being done. And the title now will be different. And the title different, but survey and paying the landlords, and the land is close to town. So it is at that price, when you evaluate it, I think it is worth paying that cost. But of course, we needed it bigger than that. So what might cost so much is not much now. I think is now securing the title. That is what the separate thing, which will be issued by the government, the municipal council, because it is within the municipality. It is just 2 kilometers away from town, I could say so, and it is by the roadside, which from the roadside is about like a 10 meters away or 15, something like that, which is very important that we can have it done. So when it comes to that, and of course, it is in the name of CECI. It is not in anyone's name. Yeah, and the other question, is there other question that I left out? Chair, you can go.
That there is a project that CECI appears
Oh,
on it.
yeah. Okay.
Not so.
The Hilton, this funding is coming from the Hilton. We call it Welcome Sesame. Welcome Sesame. This is a Sesame Street based in the US. And they got their funding from Hilton. Like as I talk now, you get to their website, you'll find this already there. Because I've already given them the permission to particularly Sesame Workshop, Welcome Sesame Workshop in Uganda. You get to their website, you'll find now CECI there available. So, and we're already in this engagement, and yeah, the program started in 1st of June, and it will continue for 16 months with the possibilities of renewal if we implement it well. So that is what I can say about that. The last communication I had with them was last night. You know, for them, they are in America, and they communicate at Dome. That is what happens there. So, all right, and particularly it is focusing on ECD program, early childhood development. And we have centers that we support in Koboko Municipality, 3, and then in Ilobule Refugee Settlement, there are 3. We support 6 centers. And then, of course, we have the community engagement activities that will be happening. But this period from June up to September 30, it is a planning phase. And then now we'll have the implementation phase from October up to. The moment we append the signature into the agreement, which we have already signed the document of engagement, but we look into the agreement that will engage us for the 16 months. So that is it. In Koboko, it is a CECI and the Labe, but Labe implements in Yumbe and the Obongi. Yeah, probably I should have responded to some of the concerns. Unless if there are others.
All right.
Irene still has a hand up.
Yes.
Thank you, Director. I think from the other side, the name has changed. Of course, it is ECD program. That one I know, and thank you for responding to that. I don't know the issue of need list. If you've talked about it, but it's still on the issue of land, if you would help probably mention the amount we've paid for the land direct, the purchase, and how much we've paid for surveyor, probably the land committees, those things. It's important though if we can know, so that because this land, it's good you say there you're requesting for some addition because it's too small. 30 by 30 at that price and in that location is really bad. Already we've paid, but at least a breakdown would give us understanding of how much we've purchased the land and how much has gone for other expenses within the land, and maybe the need list. Have we submitted already need list, or we are still in the first phase? How far with them? Thank you. And sorry, Chair, that I'm taking, I'm prolonging the meeting.
No, it is, Chair, have you accepted the apology, the sorry?
Yeah, it's okay. But for the interest of time, I was thinking, Benson, you could break down this and you share it with us maybe next week, probably by Monday on emails, to give us exactly how much the land was done, how much the surveying has been carried out, and so on and the likes, how much the land committee took, and so on. Won't that make sense?
Yeah, and actually, I'm not going to be talking in near top block. Finance is available. Is going to make this breakdown, which is okay. But the 16.5, it went for the survey and then the landlords and the like. So that one I'm not going to. On need list, we already completed the training process. We actually have for now account with the need list. I'm happy that you're aware about the need list. So we are yet to put what is because they have also specific requirements in terms of what do you request from them and the like. So that is what I can say about need list, please. Thank you. Back to you, Chair. It may not be comprehensive, but we'll explore that one. I will have a specific time with you, Ayo, minus the board members and who is here.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. I think we have exhausted this too much, and we are satisfied with the responses. Otherwise, if we are not satisfied, what I've noted here is, as an action, there's need to share a breakdown of how the 16.5 million was used to purchase the land. That should be possibly by next week.
Yeah.
And yes, so I am thinking we could adopt this as our report of the ED for Q2. Then after adapting, we will agree on the next agenda items, because we have around let me say 5 agenda items which are remaining, but they might not take a lot of time. So first, we could adapt this report. So someone can move a motion, maybe CJ, maybe you can move a motion, then others will second.
I move a motion to adopt the executive director report for filing.
I second it.
Thank you.
Basically, I also second it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And the co-chair, I wanted to say something if that part is done.
Yes.
Okay, because I know executive director is being waited, and I really don't want to keep him here. So there's something urgent that ideally was supposed to come in AOB that I really wanted to communicate, such that when he leaves, at least he knows it.
Okay.
Okay, is it okay for me to go ahead?
Yes. Carry on.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Let me just go straight to it. So colleagues, it will be the anniversary of Benson Kemisoro. It will be, I think, his second anniversary as our executive director of CECI Uganda. So happy anniversary, Benson. And as part of that, we are going to be conducting an executive director performance review, and it's going to be in August 2023. So this happens every 2 years. I know other staff members, they are assessed annually, but for the executive director, we thought it's only fair that it is assessed every 2 years. And so the purpose of the review is basically to provide constructive feedback to the executive director and also to evaluate his performance in his role. At the same time, it's an opportunity for the board and the staff to recognize his achievements and also to identify areas where he might need to improve going forward. So this is basically to create a culture of continuous learning and improvement. And it also, sets expectation for the ED from both staff and the members of future performance or something like that. And this is important as the ED works to contribute as he has already done towards achievement of the objectives of CECI Uganda. So what is going to happen is that as board chair, I'm going to send out performance review forms to members and to staff individually, including Benson. He's going to receive as well. So please fill them out honestly and promptly, and please be constructive. I can't emphasize this enough. Be constructive. And I also thought it's important I inform Benson, and probably can as well inform his staff body, and also encourage them to participate, such that when they receive an email, it is not a random thing to them. At least they'll be expecting that in August, they'll be expecting to review and stuff. Yeah, that is basically it. And happy anniversary, Benson. It has been an honor working with you, and we're looking forward to working together for more years to come. Over to you, Co-Chair.
All right. Thank you very much for having brought that in the AOB. The point is well noted. When we come there, I think Benson has heard it, and the rest of the board members plus the staff who are in attendance of this meeting. Now, before we went for that AOB, I was looking at the remaining agenda item, since we have used almost 4 hours of the meeting, and we are left with I think a few agenda items that needed to be tackled here. So I was thinking if we could borrow time and we finish this meeting today. How about that? Because carrying it forward and forward might really be tedious, and since people have a lot of engagements, there are a lot of committee meetings and so on, and personal engagements at work. So I was thinking we could get done with this meeting today, and we look forward to the other one next time. How about that? We can borrow like 45 minutes as a proposal.
Co-Chair, actually,
yes,
my suggestion would be different. Probably we just need either 30 or 25 minutes. The agenda items that are remaining really don't need much discussion.
Yes.
Chair,
yes.
Sir, if I will be able to excuse myself and close that meeting, probably then come back at a certain point.
It's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because they are already giving me pressure. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, thank you.
No worries at all. Have a nice one.
Thank you.
Yes, members, can we agree? 25 minutes or 30 minutes? Because we have just a few things to discuss.
For me, I'm okay
Irene?
with it.
Yes?
I'm okay with it.
Okay.
25 minutes or 30?
Sorry?
Jeffrey?
I'm okay with 25.
Okay.
Elizabeth? Liz, are you there? Okay, looks like Liz is not there. I think, yeah, that is enough.
Yeah. Okay. I think we can carry on. I don't think we need to look at the finance policy review because we had already exhausted this in the finance and audit committee report, and
That's
then
true.
the institutional annual institutional audit report of 2022. We've already exhausted that. I don't think we need to talk about it again because we've already talked about those two. So maybe we will go on and talk about registration of CECI as a national NGO, because this agenda item has been carried forward from the first quarter meeting. So at least we need to talk about it today.
Co-chair,
Yes.
just a quick one on the finance policy review. I just
Yes.
wanted to encourage the management, particularly the executive director, our finance lead, Liz, and our programs manager to really critically review the finance policy. I think so many board members have already contributed their thoughts. And once this is passed, it comes down to one thing. They're the ones that are going to implement it. And it's only fair that they understand what is the policy, such that if they have any suggestions to make, it is at this time. Because if it gets passed, the process of reviewing it is going to be another long bureaucratic process such as this one. And I think I really want to encourage management, particularly the finance and the executive director to really review this policy with their teams. If the finance reviews with the finance people and the executive director with this team, they should review that and provide feedback to the finance and audit committee who are responsible for reviewing this policy. Over to you.
All right. I think that point is noted. So we can carry on and discuss about CECI's registration as a national NGO. The forum is open. We can have quick discussions about it and we develop action points. Then we move on since we have few minutes left.
Yeah. Co-chair.
Yes.
I'm glad we have you here. We have Irene here. We have Vita here, who took part in the board of directors meeting for the fourth quarter of 2022, which was when I think the idea of the registration was first introduced, if my memory serves me right. So I remember from that meeting, it was resolved by the board that the management, that because the idea was pushed by, I remember, I think the programs manager or the executive director, and of course it got some support. because I remember it was put to vote, but it couldn't pass. The motion couldn't pass because it was 2-3. 3 people were saying no, 2 people were saying yes. The motion couldn't pass. However, I remember the executive director with his team were tasked to do an assessment as to, for example, what could be the upsides or the benefits and the downsides or the drawbacks that could come from registering CECI as a national NGO. And such that report they submitted to the board, and that helps inform the decision of the board on whether to say, yes, let's go ahead and register as a non-governmental organization or no. But as you all might recall, to date, we haven't received any such report. So I don't know if we are to discuss this item and the executive director is not here. I don't know on what basis we discuss it. Or does the finance Liz here maybe have something to say? Over to you, Chair. I don't know what others might say. Probably it's good to hear too.
Okay, thank you for that submission. I have Irene here, who was part of that board meeting. I have Geoffrey. You can make your submissions following the other one that has been recently made, please. And we make a resolution. Irene, Geoffrey.
Hey, Chair, sorry to interrupt. I cannot hear anything now. Can I first logged out, then I logged in using my phone? I'm trying to move out of the office because of noise.
Yeah, for sure, you can do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Geoffrey can go since Irene is
Geoffrey, submissions.
Thank you, Luate, for giving me the chance to put in my submission. Apparently, I will say it's good to discuss this issue when we find more details from the executive director on what we have tasked him to do pertaining the registration of CECI as a national NGO. As Patrick has said, it will help us in the discussions on how to handle this particular matter, because for now, as he is away, unless Liz has an idea on that or has information on that, it will help us to guide us on how to discuss on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your submission. Wow, Irene has not yet come back, but according to me, I was proposing that we still stick to that same point, that we should task the management to provide us with an assessment report, possibly in the next quarter board meeting, so that we will have an insight. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. But I think Elizabeth had something to say. She unmuted, so probably it's good to hear from her. Please.
Thank you. I'm sorry I was away for some time. We have another engagement here. So
No
on the part of the registering CECI as a national NGO, I think with my consultation with my ED, it says there are conditions attached to that. But these conditions, I've not seen the conditions, but I think we need to look at it as management.
Okay. Your network is breaking, Liz. Liz, your
to
network is
respond to
breaking.
that. What about here?
Okay, it's much better now. Yeah, what were you saying?
I was saying from my consultation with ED, he
Yeah.
said there were conditions attached to that. But of these conditions, we are not able, I've not been able to see them.
Mhm.
So we are hoping as management, we sit down and look at these conditions. Maybe by next quarter meeting, we shall have feedback for it.
Okay, so Liz, it's good you're in this meeting. I have a question. Did the assessment happen?
Assessment, needs assessment.
So it's not really like a needs assessment, but
Capacity?
it's not even capacity. It's more of assessing the benefits and the drawbacks and the strengths that are attached with registering CECI as an NGO. So we wanted to understand if we do register, what are the benefits that come with it? If we do not register and we remain CBO, what are the drawbacks that come with it? If we register as national NGO, what are the strengths that come with it? Those are the things we wanted to understand in the assessment report that ideally should have been shared with us by now. Would you like to comment on that?
I think that the assessment comes from the conditions set. Are we able to meet all these conditions that they want us to do?
That is the point of the assessment, is to give us information on what.
Yeah, so we need to know the conditions. Are we able to fulfill all these conditions? If not, then we may not register it as a national NGO. So that's the feedback we need to provide in the next quarter meeting.
Yes. So in the next quarter meeting, I want this to be a little bit broad, Liz. So the focus is not on the conditions only. The conditions is part of the information we need, but it's not the only information. Exactly.
Okay.
We need that information, or we need a wholesome information that can help us make an informed decision. Because if we focus only on, let's say, strengths, then we want to be able to think outside the box in terms of what other opportunities do we stand to gain.
Yes.
That's why we want to see all these areas such that we make a very informed decision.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, Co-Chair.
All right, thank you very much for that that wonderful elaboration. According to me, I have made an action point that management needs to submit an assessment report to in the next quarter meeting about the benefits of registering CECI as a national NGO. And those includes the conditions attached and everything. So the report should be complete. That will be the action point. Yes.
Yeah. And I think it's good we have Liz here, such that she can communicate this back to the colleagues that are not here when they will be having their managerial meeting.
Okay. I think that point is noted. Irene is back.
Yeah, Irene is back.
Irene is back. I don't know.
She's still connecting to her audio though. Okay, she just connected her audio.
Okay. Oh. Irene, are you getting us?
Yes, I've moved out of office. I think I can get you guys, but still, my place is noisy, but not too much.
We can bear that one.
Okay. We had resolved on that agenda item of registering CECI as a national NGO that management should provide us with an assessment report on the benefits of registering CECI as a national NGO by the third quarter meeting. So we are as an action point that we are waiting for a report on the conditions attached to registration of CECI as a national NGO and the benefits that come with it, and maybe challenges and its setbacks. So that is the action point we resolve along with that agenda item. So I felt I should also give you a feedback on it since you were aware when we were discussing about it. I think
Yes,
you
that is
also
totally okay. But I have another suggestion that instead of registering CECI as a national NGO, why don't we register it as a regional NGO so that in case we get funding in South Sudan, we don't need to register it there again. We just need probably an MOU. So I don't know how is it, because regional NGO is better than national NGO, because national NGO sometimes will restrict us in case there's funding for any operation in South Sudan. I don't know, it's a suggestion though.
Thank you. That is a very good suggestion. But to me, I think we could merge that same action point and say we need just an assessment report on benefits of registering CECI either as a national NGO or a regional NGO.
Yeah,
How about that?
sounds good.
Yeah,
For me.
it's very good. Yeah.
Okay.
It would be good to hear from Liz as a management representative. Is that something they can do? And mind you, you have Irene to consult with also.
So I was thinking we could weigh both options.
Okay, that sounds
That
good.
is what is part one.
Okay, that
Okay.
sounds good.
I think if that is accepted, we can carry on with the next agenda item of board members' terms renewal or recruitment. We can discuss about that. We all know that our mandate started, I think, in 2022, 2021. So and as a board member, the mandate is only 2 years, and it's due to expire in September, which is, I think, 1 month away, 1.5 months away from today. So we need to discuss on this and bring a way forward to establish if we are discontinuing our membership as board members, or we are still carrying on, or there is need to recruit new members. So basically, we have to base our discussions on that, because our mandate is due to expire. And then two, maybe to review on our roles and responsibilities that we play as board members in CECI. We make our submissions to, then we come up with a concrete action plan. So members, feel free to make your submission
looks like Irene had something to say.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Yes.
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Me, I would say for us to discuss this renewal, term renewal, we should first evaluate our journey since we joined CECI from 2021 to date. We should try to evaluate our impact and see what have we brought differently from the previous board, or what has changed within the organization. If they are good, if the organization has moved from a certain level to a certain level, then at least we can now discuss about probably maybe moving it forward, or we say we stop that. I think our impact will really determine this discussion. For me, that's what I can say. And probably how much are we left with to do will also determines renewal or anything. And also probably at personal basis, maybe somebody would say, I am now very busy, I cannot continue with this, probably. So, but let's first maybe get time and discuss and see when we came on board, what were there. So what have we contributed to date from 2021? That will give us probably what to discuss about this. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for having brought up that idea. But then I would also like to ask you a question, for a follow-up question on that, so that you will clarify more. Yes, we've been there since 2021, and you were talking about our impact. Now, how do we measure our impact at CECI?
Through a report, maybe like what Patrick has suggested to be done for the executive director. We can say we get evaluation form and we send to everybody, even to management, to comment. And after that, we shall bring together and see the result and agree upon what to do next. That is my suggestion, please. Don't take it serious.
Okay, thank you. Someone else with a submission on this, because I was looking at, yes, we've been there, and if you see, when you're doing work, you measure at results. You measure results. Results are measured at different levels. You can measure results at the outcome level, you can measure result at the output level, and you can measure result at the outcome level, at the impact level rather. So what Irene has brought has caught my attention, and I needed to know which kind of method we could use so that we evaluate ourselves, because we needed to know how much impact we have put, or how much output we've put into CECI. Basically, that is why I like that argument. If anyone has any other comment on that or a submission, you can freely make it. But to me, I'm looking at how we can evaluate ourselves to determine if we will continue or we discontinue ourselves. And the other factor is time. Because how soon do we need this, since the tenure is expiring by September? So basically, I'm looking at that direction. So if anyone has a submission on this, you can make. CJ, Geoffrey.
Chair,
Yes.
yes, I had the submission to make, and Irene has brought up a very uh, interesting point of view to the issue. And so when we were looking at it at first with Ben, we were thinking that, okay, let's first assess at a personal level whether there are people that feel they still want to continue or they would like to discontinue their engagement. But I think this suggestion made by Irene is very impressive, I must say. And at the results level, I will say the board has done quite, and we can have a tool that we can share both with members and with the staff and with the management, especially who are very closely engaged with us, as well as us as board. And probably from there, we can decide unanimously on what to do. But in the meantime, since this will take time, because it will mean we'll have to design forms and so forth, and also give time for these responses to happen. And the mandate of the current board will be ending, I think, around 20 something in September. Yeah, 20 something September. Yeah. And since we have that, I think it is probably good if we discussed a way to extend that either by a month or so unanimously to give time for all this to happen. Hey, Irene, you have your hand up.
You can maybe first finish, then I can come in because something again have come up that you brought it up and I don't want to forget it.
No, go straight away. Go straight away. I can always come back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. You've reminded me because we have unfinished activities.
Yeah.
We have to review the finance manual and pass it.
Yeah.
And we're in the process of getting audit firm.
Yeah.
That is our mandate. Then the issue of the policy review that the committee are doing. I remember Benson requested probably up to December.
Mm-hmm.
So that still means all of us, we're still very important.
Yeah.
And we still have work that we've not done.
Yeah.
So just a quick one, I would suggest if all of us have the heart to move CECI to a certain level, we should continue and at least see that that land has office built on it. The manual is passed. CECI is registered either as national and or regional organization, because we found it when it's not registered. So when we leave, what are we going to say? At least let's register it. Probably if it's important, let's build office that we own as ours, and let's have a very good finance manual. Or policy that will really, help to the organization to. There are a lot of things. There are a lot of things that we need to do, but those are key areas that I would suggest that if we look into them critically, there's need for us to go ahead. Like me, I'm ready. I'm ready to continue with the journey so that we achieve something. The question that the chair asked, how are we going to measure this, through outcomes or impact or what? So if CECI was registered, we would say, don't you see, CECI is registered. So now it's also still very hard because we are in the process of developing policies.
Yeah.
So if everyone feel it's okay to continue, let's move ahead. That's what I would say. Thank you.
Yes, CJ, you are continuing before Irene came in.
Well,
It's
Irene has
getting
so Irene has completely changed my perspective about how I was seeing the entire thing at first. So I would say, looks like we might really have to rethink everything. Yeah, and by the way, Irene, thank you so much for bringing that. I think that kind of opened our minds to see things from a completely different paradigm altogether. So
Thank you.
yeah, let's hear from a representative of management. Ideally, should have been Benson, but we have Liz here. Liz, I know this might be an ambush, but let's hear what you have to say. Yeah. Yeah, Liz, looks like your network is breaking. Yes.
I would
Liz,
think,
okay,
since there
now we can hear
are
you.
a lot of pending things to do, we can't just leave them hanging. You've started, please continue to the end.
Okay.
Let us achieve something that we are able to be.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
I was saying,
yes,
since we have a lot of pending things to do, wouldn't be wise to leave them hanging.
That's true. That's very true. Yeah.
Yes, I was thinking, since we have a lot of pending things to do,
yeah. Yeah, your network is breaking, Liz, but at least we've gotten what you're saying, is that we have your idea is more or less the same with what Irene said, which is that we have so many pending things to do. It's only reasonable that we extend the mandate of the. Is that it, Liz? Yeah, I think Liz is experiencing some network issues. Over to you, Co-Chair.
All right. Thank you. I think I've now gotten the idea from all the submissions we've made. But then we are to extend, which time period do we assign ourselves?
Co-Chair.
That is the next. Yes.
Let's get another independent opinion from someone who's ex officio to the board. Jeffrey,
Okay.
can you give us honest opinion on this?
Thank you, Patrick, and thank you, Co-Chair,
Your
input and Irene.
Okay. Would you mind being close to your mic? I think we can't hear you clearly.
Okay, I said
we can't hear you. Looks like you're speaking, but
thank you all for your contributions. Borrowing more time that the board organization to a level that will be very appreciative to everyone. So I think if the board members are okay with continuing as board members, continuing the role of being the board members, I'll okay with that, because it is good if we can continue, because there are many things, as we have said, that are still lagging behind, that are not achieved to the fullest, that we can't leave them just hanging, and then another new people coming on board. So I'll feel like, if possible, these board members will continue until these items are achieved, and then we see how we can have maybe a feedback from maybe the management about the board, and then we run up that process, and then we see how we can have another set of board members to come in on board. Otherwise, that is my submission. Thank you.
Co-chair,
Yes.
first of all, thank you, Jeffrey, for your submission. So, co-chair, there are two ideas here that are coming up very prominent.
Yes.
The first one is that we have to unanimously agree to extending the board mandate to be able to work towards some of the things that have been already initiated by the current board, and for the current board to be able to finish what it has started. And then the other is that the current mandate needs to be reviewed. Its performance needs to be reviewed by both the board members who are in this current board, but also by the staff board. So we're having here a performance review and extension, I think, concurrent ideas. Over to you, co-chair.
All right. Thank you very much for bringing up those two submissions that have been made. To me, both of them work. And firstly, before we review, we need to look at the extent of the term. Since now the time is too short, September is very close, so we need to look at how much time do we need to extend. We have to agree on that. And then two, if we had agreed on the time already, then we could now come and agree on we make an action point of doing a performance review, because I like a performance review. It informs you of how much you have done.
That's true.
If you've done or not. Yes.
Yeah.
Basically, to me, I think all the two, we put them as action point.
Yeah.
This item here.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Co-chair, I had a question instead for Ayo, I think.
Yes.
Because she is the person who submitted the bill to the parliament. So, my question for her would be, in her own opinion, how does she think, how much period should this extension be? Should it be by another exact 2 years? Or over to you.
Okay, thank you for that question. I think, Irene, you can respond to that.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and the board chair. I would talk of a period of 2 years. That's what I'm thinking, because already these 2 years is gone. So that is what I'm thinking, though.
Okay.
Because if we say we give ourselves 1 year, we shall have a lot of pressure. As you know,
Yeah.
people have different commitments. Sometimes it takes us very long to come together, have meetings, and have other things being done. So 2 years would really be okay from my side.
Okay. Thank you. Co-chair,
Yes.
as we are discussing this, I am suggesting that Ayo Irene, as the person that introduced this, move a motion to extend the mandate of the current board by 2 years from the date its current mandate ends, like this current mandate ends from 2 years from which is September 2023. And we need to have a unanimous agreement or vote to say, yes, we all agree. Over to you, co-chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I think, Irene, you can move the motion and we see.
Thank you. I move the motion to extend the board term from September 25th, 2023 to September 25th, 2026. 2026 or 2025?
2023 to 2024, 2024 to 2025. Yeah, that's right. Co-chair, it's up to you to administer the voting.
Yes, I think we are three. I think there's Liz can also do that. Liz, thank you for joining us. I think she's still connecting to audio.
Yeah, she's connecting to her audio. Just connected. Maybe Liz could, in this case, vote on behalf of the management as a representative
Yeah,
of the
sure.
management, and that would have to be captured, co-chair, clearly in our minutes. Over to you.
Okay. I think I would say, Liz, you're most welcome. Once again, I will throw back the ball to Irene to
Sorry,
move the motion again.
Irene, we can't hear you. Looks like you're speaking, but we can't hear you.
No, I'm not speaking. I'm just listening.
Oh, co-chair had asked you to move the motion again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and the representative of the management has jumped off also, because the purpose was basically to get the
Okay.
representative informed. Okay, let's
No
see
worries.
if
Thank
Taban is
you.
on.
Okay. I move the motion to extend the term of the board members from September 25th, 2023 to September 25th, 2025.
Co-chair, over to you. Emma, are you there? Looks like you're muted.
The quorum is okay. We are actually
Yeah,
5 inside.
Yeah, the quorum is okay, but we need a unanimous decision from
Exactly.
all the members that are in here.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Co-chair is
Co-chair,
back.
are you able to hear us? Okay. Co-chair has gone off.
Oh,
I think we're experiencing serious network connection
yeah,
issues.
probably.
Yeah, maybe we should give it a couple of minutes. Hopefully they can join in. Let me check in with Taban. Taban, are you able to hear us? I think looks
Yes,
like
CJ,
Taban.
all through I've been listening.
Oh, okay.
All through I've been listening.
Okay, so you know emotion has been moved.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any specific thing to say?
No, I think that motion is 100% accepted on my part because yeah, a lot of to do is still available, and this is a started to do list for the board. The progress is okay. That extension to me is very supportive to see us progress. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Taban. So we had agreed that Liz vote on behalf of the management, and that means a vote is going to count. And so I don't know if she's able to join back. And right now, let me text co-chair and see. Maybe his battery or something. I don't know what exactly.
Yes, our current chair. Does that mean Tabana seconded? Maybe we can also reach Geoffrey and you as we wait for the two to come.
Yeah, Taban, okay, co-chair is joining. I think Liz also did join. I don't know for some reason she got off. Okay, co-chair is here. And then Liz is here too. So, Taban, were you saying you are seconding the motion?
Yes, I affirm and second that motion.
Okay, so first it has to be done by a board member. That's why we needed the co-chair to be around because the board member has to second it first. Yes, over to you, co-chair.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I've been facing network challenges and so on, so I had to rejoin the meeting.
No problem at all.
But okay. Uh, we were at the point of moving the motion so we could vote
Yeah,
for the term extension by a period of 2 years.
yeah.
Yes.
Irene, would you like to remind us the dates?
Yes, it's from September 25th,
Yeah.
2023 to September 25th, 2025.
Okay, thank you.
So members, do we second?
Co-chair, I seconded.
Okay. Then from the management,
I think I've been online and already moved a second motion for that.
Okay.
okay.
So we have a vote from the programs manager. Representative of the executive director list. Liz, are you able to hear us? Looks like Liz is speaking, but for some reason we can't hear her. Maybe Geoffrey?
I second.
Okay. Co-chair, I think all have voted apparently, apart from Liz and our executive, who is representing our executive director, and Topic, who is not in today's meeting. However, we also need to hear from you as chair of the meeting and the motion.
Basically on my
Presiding
side.
officer.
Basically on my side, I will second the motion, but on a basis that within these 2 years period, when at least after the next should have prepared for a performance appraisal or a performance review, so that we will know exactly our impact as board in CECI. So basically, that is my submission on that.
Okay. So we have a unanimous decision to extend the board mandate from September 25th, 2023 to September 25th, 2025.
Yes. Okay.
So yes from me. So yes from Jeffrey. So yes from Ayo. Yes
from Taban.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Co-chair, based on the comment that you gave and what Erin had raised at first, now that we have this unanimous decision, I think it's time to basically resolve on an action point of carrying out a performance review for the board, probably at least within this year, and if possible within the third quarter, or at least the fourth quarter. I don't know what the members would think about that. I would work very closely with every member to design a form, which then can be shared with us all and the staff. Over to you, Co-chair.
Okay. I think thank you for having brought that idea, but to me that time frame looks very near. I am looking at the performance review. Maybe if we were to do it, we do it in the third quarter before the year ends. In the fourth quarter.
Okay.
Yes, so that it will allow us ample time to prepare all and design these tools and so on. Are we okay by that?
Yes, me, I'm okay by that. My reason is different because by then we would have probably achieved two key things. That is passing of the finance manual.
Yeah.
And also our
audit firm.
annual work plan.
True. Very true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I think that is it. Does someone has a differing view?
Yeah.
Co-chair,
Yes.
I think if there's no differing view, probably uh, we move to the next agenda, which is the impact report. Basically,
Impact
people made
report.
comments and we just adopted.
Yeah, we can make comments on the impact report as the next agenda item. Members, you're free. Basically, can you share with us on the screen, please, so we can make comments? I presume everyone went through the impact report, and yes.
Yeah, I think it is just about members probably saying what they think about it and stuff like that. Because I don't think we are going to really look into the technicals because we have already done that in the reviews we had of the report. Yeah, we already did all those things.
Okay. I think all of us had a sight on the impact report, so we can quickly give our comments, our submissions, and then we adopt it. Members?
Members, is there anything? I'm just scrolling through because it's already there on the website and you guys can access it anytime. So just giving a feel of what it's like. Co-chair?
Yes.
Probably it's just good to hear from one person from the management, maybe in a simple way. What do you think about the report?
I think that way it's okay. Irene is here, maybe she. Okay. From the management side, I think we have a representative, the programs manager. Can you give your comments on the impact report?
Looks like
yeah. So maybe I can say something.
Okay.
I read the report, although I did not finish. I got call from different people. You know, I shared it on Facebook, and some few people read, and they were getting back to me on the great work that organization is doing.
Yeah.
And that really motivated me. That's why I said I am ready for this journey. The report captured the most important areas. And I think I want to say, Patrick, you've done a very great one, of also including, work that different board members is doing. So it's a good thing. And such a report, funders can use when they go on the website. They can read and get interest at least to partner with us. So the report is really, really very good, but I still have to get enough time and read it and finish. But so far, I was contacted from Juba by 3 people, the journalist, Garang Malek, and James Wegball from Touch South Sudan, and also the director contacted me. Yeah, so they read the report and they gave me very positive feedback.
That's very good to
So
hear.
I think maybe we can also use this. We have different connections. Let's also use this kind of report to sell the organization. I would really to love to see that in the next coming year, probably maybe through some of us, we've gotten funding, you know. So we can tell the organization, we can say, go and read about CECI. You know, on the website, we have this report, you share with them.
Yeah.
So that we are able to achieve something, so that at the end, we shall have a lot of impact on the organization. That's what I can say. And thank you for the opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you so
All
much
right.
for sharing that. Over to you, Coach.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Irene, for your comments on the impact report. Indeed, the report was very good, and it captured a lot of our activities which we respond to in the humanitarian sector. And I might say that report has given us strength that CECI is really doing a remarkable job in serving the people. Before we could carry on, I would request a comment or a submission from the management team on the impact report. Then maybe Geoffrey can also give us his own comment on the report, and we carry on. Liz or Taban, you can give us your insight on the impact report.
Yeah. This is Taban. May I come in?
Yes, please take it straight away. Yes.
Yeah.
You have the floor.
Yeah, I think it's a report that has showcased our work, and I want to thank the chair for this special piece of work. And yeah, it has included much of our impact, our stories for change. But I think building on, we need that should now be a practice that every 1 year or 2 years we should be able to develop that impact report. I want to tell you that the impact report was already a lot of also outcomes, positive outcomes. Partners are coming directly after working, after going through the report. We have been visited by GIZ on women participation, and already they're interested to work with the women BDBD. We're already visited by DCA, that's Danish Refugee Council. No, is it DCA? That is refugee agency. They are going to already engaging with us in January on livelihood, and a lot of engagements are coming up through that. I think that report is going to get a lot of partnerships for us. So we're going forward. We think we'll as management work with the project staff to ensure we share quarterly impact reports, because they are coming. Other projects ended, but the results are showing up. So that is a statement, but we are honored to receive this first impact report of CECI's work.
Thank you very much for your comment. Maybe one more from Geoffrey, and we go to carry on and adapt it.
Thank you. Thank you, Emma, for the opportunity. Support has showcased a lot of activities of CECI that has really promoted CECI's work in the community and in the partners around. And one thing that I want to mention out is that many organizations has got impressed of the work of CECI because I've been doing internship with TPO Uganda, and yesterday I attended a training that was organized by Safer World, and the regional coordinator for Safer World had to come to me and ask me about the impact report. She was about the impact report, and she promised to visit the office and see how Safer World can engage together with CECI in terms of partnership, because currently they are running a project which is called the Drivers of Conflict, which is part of in form of peace building. So when she saw in the impact report what CECI has done under peace building, she was so impressed, and she promised to visit the office of CECI and discuss more with the ED. Otherwise, thanks a lot to the management and to the board for all the efforts put together to see into that this impact report is made out and posted on the website and other social media platforms. Thank you.
Co-chair, as you wind up,
I think yes.
I also just wanted to inform the colleagues that so the report garnered over 1,700 downloads from our website, and also it has been published on Relief Web.
Congratulations to all of us.
Yeah, and it makes us the first refugee-led organization to have our report published on Relief Web. Over to you, Co-chair.
Okay. Thank you very much for having given us all those insights, your comments, your submissions on the impact report. We are looking forward to having more and more, since we still carrying out activities as an action point. We had said we need to develop more impact reports, maybe yearly or after every 2 years, to give out our identity to the people, and possibly we upload it also on the website so that it will attract people's attention. Now, since we've made most of our comments on this report, I will move a motion that we adopt the report as our document.
I second the motion.
Okay. One more? One or two?
I second the motion.
Okay. Okay.
I also second it.
Okay. I think there are 3 yeses. Okay. So we are adopting the impact report as our tool for filing and more. Basically, we are left with two agenda items, which is the AOB and a review of action points, decisions or resolutions, and then we close the meeting. So,
Chair,
yes.
I had a suggestion that
Yes.
since these very minutes are going to be populated with all of us for review, maybe we can skip reviewing the action points since we're going to review them when the minutes are shared. And then we can just focus on the AOB and the close.
Yes. We close, yes. So on the AOB, I think AOB, we have award of certificates, decision, discussions, and information. And I think I would request the board chair to handle the award of certificates in the absence of Topi, who was supposed to be the chair of this meeting. Please.
Thank you, co-chair. Okay, I don't want to take a lot of time, so I'm going to be really very straightforward. Since we agreed in the fourth quarter meeting, have rotational board meetings, it has been impressive to see the energy, to see the talent, to see the unique perspectives. It was just an amazing thing. And so the people that pioneered this arrangement, of course, were Ayo, Irene, and Peter Jeffrey, who worked very closely together to put up one of the best quarter one meetings. And so to basically recognize their contributions, we are awarding them with these certificates. In good faith and to appreciate the good work we, and we hope this can serve as a motivation to do more. So the first award goes to are you able to see?
Yes, it's beautiful. Wow.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. God bless CECI.
Thank you. Thank you. So this certificate of recognition is awarded to Ayo Irene Helen for skillfully organizing and chairing CECI's quarter one board meeting, which happened on the 31st of March, April 2nd, and the 8th of 2023. You demonstrated exemplary leadership, Irene, and your dedication and facilitation skills were amazing. And it helped us have a very successful meeting that moved us forward. So thank you very much. And after this meeting, you will receive this in your email.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I am humbled. Thank you.
Thank you. We are so proud of you. Very proud. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Irene.
Thank you, Geoffrey. We did it. It was teamwork.
You did an amazing job. So congratulations, Irene. So I'm going to have this sent to you in your email. So the next certificate goes to Victor. Sorry, I'm still sharing my screen. This certificate of recognition, hopefully you're able to see it on the screen. Are you able to see it?
Yeah, sure.
So this certificate of recognition goes to Vita Geoffrey for skillfully organizing and co-chairing the meeting with one of the finest Irene during the Q1 board meeting, which happened on March 31st, April 2nd, April 8th of 2023. Like Irene, you demonstrated a very exemplary leadership, very exemplary dedication. You worked together very closely and facilitated an amazing meeting. So thank you very much. You will receive this in your email. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Congratulations, Geoffrey.
Thank you, Irene. We did this together.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
over to you, but the meeting chair.
Congratulations.
Thank you. We received that.
Thank
The
you so much.
motivation, it's a great one.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So over to you, co-chair, and in a very special way, we really thank you all, working together to get that done. It's not easy, and I must say that we are so lucky to have a board that the members get along so well, whether it being in working together, whether it being in coordinating certain things together, and this is amazing. And I think it speaks to our values of teamwork, commitment, honesty, personal development, accountability, and transparency. So thank you. And we're so honored to have you on our board. Over to you, Chair.
All right. Thank you. I will also extend to both Irene and Vita Geoffrey for having successfully organized congratulations to all of you. I think we are done with the award of certificates, and if there is any discussion point, an information, we could bring it out, a quick one, then we will have closing remarks, and we can close our meeting with a prayer.
Co-chair, maybe something I can bring out, if you allow me, probably 1 minute. Or so.
Okay.
Okay. Let me share my screen so members can see it. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so let me Google our website. So on the website, when you come to the Get Involved section of our site, there's a whistleblower form here. I think you might see it here. When you click on it, yes, when you click on it, you'll see this form. So the management is already aware about it, and so the purpose of this form is basically to report 3 things or more. To report things like fraud, things like abuse or misconduct. And this is basically to ensure that any activities being undertaken by, be it CECI board members, CECI staff, CECI volunteers, or anything like that, are being conducted with the integrity and that the confidence that our stakeholders and trust is respected. And so this can be used basically by every one of us, including vendors, customers, even our donors, or any other person, basically such that they can make known if there are any, illegal, fraudulent, inefficient, or any other activities that need to be brought to our attention to make sure that we are able to respond to them. So when this form is filled out, it comes directly to the board chair. And if it's a serious issue, the board chair will sit with the board to decide what happens and basically launch a thorough investigation of the issue. And if, for example, a particular board member is involved in that issue, when this kind of a meeting is called upon, that board member want to be called to the meeting. This is just the, and also when the form is filled out, it does not, it comes anonymously. So that means we can't know your name, or we can't know anything about you. It just comes in anonymously. And this is basically to make it safe for you to be able to provide this kind of feedback or to report anything without really feeling uncomfortable. But if you feel that you want to be able to indicate your name on it, you can do so. So it asks information about location of where the incident happened, the nature of the incident being reported, whether it being financial, operational, or otherwise. Includes information on how many times the incident has happened and those people that are involved, including their job titles, and how long this has been happening, and whether the person is willing to provide his name or her name. If the persons are willing, no problem. It comes anonymously. And any other information that the person would like to share, and if they are also willing to have a follow-up phone call or a meeting. This is only if they have provided their name. If they haven't, so there's really no need. So once this is sent in, it comes in, and upon receiving it, we can launch an investigation. So whether it being sexual exploitation and abuse, child protection issues and stuff can be raised through this form. And also I have included a shortcut of it here. See where I'm clicking. You'll see here there's a report fraud, abuse, and misconduct. So when you click it, it takes you straight to the form as well. Just put out the website. Over to you, Coach.
Okay. Thank you very much for having brought that. I think that is a very good initiative. It will help us in terms of feedback and knowing how efficient all of us are getting involved with issues related to CECI and the community. I really thank you for that kind of an initiative. I don't know if anyone has a point, discuss an information. If not, we will go to the last agenda. Irene, is there any other thing we need to discuss? Geoffrey, Taban, before we go to the last agenda item.
I think your network is breaking.
Your
Oh,
network
it's
is breaking.
network problem from my side.
Okay, I am saying we are in AOBs, and one of the AOBs, I think the board chair has given us about the whistleblower form and so on. So I was now asking if anyone has any other issue to discuss, an AOB. If nothing at all, we will go to the last agenda and we close the meeting.
I think there's nothing from me. I just
nothing from
want
me.
to share with the member that I really appreciate the commitment of the board chair. And I'm sharing this to motivate all of us in the board and in the management side, that when you're applying for something, don't hesitate to reach our board chair for recommendation. He really did it for me when I've applied for the position of partnership manager with Last Mile Climate. It's a non-governmental organization based in Denmark. So when I reached out to him, he wrote a very good recommendation. So he made me at least, to attain this position. There were so many people who were interviewed, but, my recommendation alone worked for me. I could not now do much. So if you're applying for something, please share, reach Patrick. Patrick can really support. And I think that is how we benefit. Don't think probably you're not being paid, you're there in the group, but there are lots that you can get that is more than money. There are so much. The motivation Patrick is giving us, it's so hard to find it somewhere. So I'm now the partnership manager of Last Mile Climate. As you hear the name Last Mile Climate, it's a non-profit organization registered in Denmark. They have secured a funding from IKEA Foundation, $100 million. And this funding will be channels to organizations that are in the sector of environment and energy. They'll work across 8 African countries. Uganda is the first one. We have almost all the 7 countries in East Africa, including South Sudan, but Somalia is not yet part of Nigeria and what of you. So, but the issue is that I'm in a complex situation that these people only believe in bigger organization like UNHCR, but I'm also pushing for at least some funding for refugee-led organizations so that we are able also to get this funding and, deliver also services in the settlement. So you pray for me. It's a lot. It's a very good opportunity, and I really appreciate Patrick for believing in me, giving me that best recommendation. it's a very big position. When I was applying, I didn't know it's this big, but now I'm feeling it's too much. If you look around, I'm working with ministers in Uganda. I'm now in close contact with the state minister for environment. That is Betty Beatrice Anywa, and also Minister of Disaster and Preparedness for Refugees. These are people now I can call anytime. It's a great opportunity that it's so hard for refugees to get. This organization is targeting 3 partners in Uganda that probably they might work with. One is UNHCR, then UNEP, United Nations Environment Program, and GPA, that is the Global Platform for Action. So next week, Wednesday, I will be going to UNHCR because UNHCR contacted us last week for partnership. So the organization is sending me to contact them, understand their project, what is their interest in this. So it's a good thing, but I don't want to get out without refugee-led organization benefiting, unless I have to push. If that's mean they will send me out because of pushing for refugee-led organization, they'll have to send me out. I'm officially in GRIF because this organization, they have made a pledge 4 years ago. As we know, GRIF is always organized after every 4 years. So this for this year is given to Uganda. Uganda, the one organizing, doing everything about GRIF. So we have already a draft agenda, or I can say a side program, where Last Mile Climate are inviting the president of the country. I have already the agenda. I'm one of the panelists. Me, the president of Uganda, and the head of UNHCR in Geneva. So these are things I don't want to keep quiet with it. I have to share so that it motivates all of us in the group. And knowing that we are growing each day, it's very good. I'm also happy that Tobista has secured almost 3 years contract with an international organization. These are things that when tomorrow we leave CECI, we should not leave CECI when CECI has not benefited. Everywhere where you are, what you're doing, please, let's make sure at least this organization also benefit from there. Knowing that our thematic area is also a environment, I have to push for this. I'm going to share this report with my director that already has email of Patrick, because Patrick recommended me direct to him. He's a founder, he's a director of this organization. So we should be having hope. We should keep our hope alive. Thank you so much. This is brief about me. And I think it's all our growth. When I see Patrick posting about our achievement like this on Facebook, it motivates all of us. I also went through with Yale. A lot is happening. Already I'm in contact with the American Embassy in South Sudan. It's a lot. It's a lot of growth. But how can CECI benefit from this is the question. We should not leave when, the organization has not benefited from. Thank you for today, and thank you for sharing this meeting, and thank you for sparing this time. From 1 p.m. to this time is not easy if it's not self-sacrifice. So I also want to say that, because I will not talk again. Thank you so much, and good night, and good day to Patrick.
All right. Thank you very much for those encouraging and kind words which you've given us. That shows that we are coexisting as a family now, and our family is CECI. So meaning we still have bigger things to come. So I pray that we continue with our teamwork and our team spirit so that it can propel us to the next level where we will be in the future. And basically, we will move to the last agenda. And Patrick, I will request you to have a brief remark before I can put on mine, and then we will call upon Geoffrey to close with the word of prayer.
Co-chair, the only thing I have to say is thank you all very much for all the sacrifices, dedication, and hard work you're making and giving every day. And Irene has already spoken everything, and it was truly inspiration. And I don't think I need to add much more to that. So over to you, Co-chair.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much for that brief closing remark. On my side, I also don't have much. I would extend my thanks to each and everyone who has persevered, who has given time from 2 p.m. up to now to have given his submissions, comments, and so on, so that we will look into it that CECI will grow in the nearest future to something bigger than what we are seeing today. My sincere apologies to each and every one of you for having shared the meeting calendar late, just because I had a lot of commitments and so on. So I really want to apologize on my own behalf and on behalf of the organizers of the Q2 CECI Board of Directors meeting. I promise that next time we will be in position to do that at least a month earlier, so that it will give us ample time to prepare. Otherwise, thank you very much for giving your time. I wish you all the best. May God bless you.
God bless you too. God bless you, everyone, and have a good night.
Close with the word of prayer. Good night and good day.
Yeah, for sure. Geoffrey can pray for us.
First of all, for the knowledge that you've given unto us to give in our deliberations for this meeting. We thank you for your kindness. We thank you for your spirit, for leading us through. Lord, we call upon your wisdom to continue giving us that wisdom and knowledge and understanding, so that we shall lead CECI to the next level that we wanted. Lord Almighty, we commit each one of us into your hands as we take a step to our various places of rest, and as our colleague Patrick goes to his endeavors of the day. Lord, we pray that may you accord us journey mercies, accord us safety in everything that we are going to do. Empower us, protect us in this night, and protect Patrick in the day. We pray this in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
Amen.
Good night, and thank you so much for inspiring us, Ayo Irene. Thank you for inspiring us. Thank you, Taban, for being here, everyone.
Thank you. Good night. Thank you for the time.
This for you. I have this for you.
Bye.
Co-chair, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you also for having given your time.
Absolutely. It's always an honor to be able to do it.
It's self-sacrifice for people to sit up to age, you know. It's something that inspire all of us.
That's true. That's true. Taban, have a good night.
But at least
Hopefully,
it's better than my first meeting where I took 2 days, you know.
that meeting was amazing. I loved it.
I will go. I get money from mobile money. We go with you. Yeah, come.
That was a good one. Well, thank you so much, everyone. I have to now go
Thank
and
you.
start my day.
Actually, we are all moving out. Thank you. Let me also go and visit my house.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Yeah.